A billionaire CEO offered a struggling woman a marriage contract with 3 ironclad rules. But on day 30, when she shattered the first one by falling hopelessly in love, she discovered his private study held a secret that would rewrite everything she thought she knew about fate, obsession, and the man who'd been searching for her across a decade. Before we start the story, tell us in the comments what city you are watching from. And at the end, don't forget to rate this story from 0 to 10. Enjoy the story. The study door swung open on day 30, and her breath caught like a trapped bird in her chest. Wall to wall, ceiling to floor photographs. All of her. Graduation day with rain-soaked hair. Laughing in a coffee shop she'd worked at 7 years ago. Walking through Central Park in a yellow dress she'd donated to Goodwill in 2019, and in the center, a newspaper clipping from a decade past, her teenage face circled in red ink with 2 words scrawled beneath. Find her. But to understand the obsession that built that shrine, the desperation that crafted those 3 rules, and the moment when a business arrangement combusted into something neither of them could control, we have to go back to where it all began. Back to the day she walked into his office with nothing left to lose. The envelope was red, not pink, not white, not one of those sterile manila folders that usually carried bad news. Red, the color of warning signs and stoplights, and the lipstick her mother used to wear before the cancer stole the energy for such small. Vanity's Isla Moretti stared at it on the Kit Carl counter of her shoebox apartment, and her hands, those steady hands that had once dreamed of holding a surgeon's scalpel, trembled as they reached for the paper inside. Final notice. Account past due. 47,328.67. Payment required. Within 72 hours or treatment will be suspended. 72 hours. 3 days to conjure a miracle out of nothing, to pull money from the empty spaces between her bones, to somehow convince the universe that her mother's life was worth more than the numbers bleeding red across the page. She'd already sold everything that mattered. The car gone. The engagement ring from the fiancé who'd walked away the moment, for better or worse, started leaning heavily toward worse, pawned for a fraction of its worth. Her grandmother's pearl necklace, the one piece of family history that had survived 3 generations of poverty and persistence, melted down into cash that evaporated in a single hospital billing cycle. And it still wasn't enough. It was never enough. The late October sun cut through her apartment window at an angle that turned the dust motes into tiny, tumbling stars. Outside, the city hummed with the kind of oblivious energy that made you feel even more alone. People rushing to jobs that paid their bills. Couples laughing over brunch they didn't have to budget for. A whole world of people who didn't know what it felt like to watch your mother's light dim a little more each day while you stood helpless. Pockets turned inside out, hope bleeding through your fingers like water. Isla pressed her palms against the counter laminate, not granite, peeling at the edges, and let herself have 10 seconds. 10 seconds to feel the weight of it. The unfairness, the rage, the bone-deep exhaustion of being 28 years old and completely, utterly defeated. Then she straightened her spine, smoothed down the black pencil skirt she'd worn to 3 job interviews that week, and picked up her phone. The voicemail from yesterday was still there. She'd listened to it 17 times, each replay adding another layer of surreal desperation to the whole thing. Miss Moretti. This is Juliet Crane calling on behalf of Mr. Damian Cross of Cross Global Enterprises. Mr. Cross has a business proposition that requires discretion. The compensation would be substantial. If you're interested in discussing the details, please call this number within 24 hours. Damian Cross, Even people who didn't follow business news knew that name. Forbes 30 under 30 at 24. Billionaire by 27. The man who'd taken his father's struggling tech company and transformed it into a global empire that touched everything from artificial intelligence to sustainable energy. His face had graced magazine covers with headlines like "The Midas Touch" and "Too Young, Too Rich, Too Ruthless." She'd seen him once, actually. Not in person, her world and his occupied different galaxies, but on the news. Some gala for childhood literacy. He'd stood at a podium in a tuxedo that probably cost more than her yearly rent, speaking about educational access with the kind of polished intensity that made you forget he was talking about quarterly reports and fundraising goals. His eyes, even through the television screen, had been unsettling. Dark. Calculating. Like he was running probability equations while he smiled for the cameras. And now, somehow, he wanted to make her a business proposition. The rational part of Isla's brain, the part that had gotten her through pre-med before life imploded, screamed that this was insane. That mysterious job offers from billionaire CEOs didn't just fall into the laps of broke. Separate or tiskinditu, desperate women, unless there was a catch sharp enough to draw blood. But the red envelope on her counter screamed louder. She pressed call. The cross-global building didn't just scrape the sky, it claimed ownership of it. Isla tilted her head back as she stood on the sidewalk, trying to see the top of the obsidian tower and failing. 73 floors of steel and glass, and the kind of architecture that made a statement. We are untouchable. Her reflection in the lobby's glass doors showed her the truth she'd been trying to ignore. The black skirt and white blouse were professional enough, but they were also obviously cheap. The shoes were last season, the heels worn down on one side. Her dark hair was pulled into a neat bun, but a few rebellious strands had already escaped, curling at her temples in the October humidity. She looked exactly like what she was. Someone who didn't belong here. "Can I help you?" The receptionist's smile was glacial and perfect. The kind of smile that could cut glass. Everything about her screamed expensive, from her cream-colored suit to the subtle designer watch on her wrist. "I have an appointment. Isla Moretti." With Mr. Cross, the smile flickered just for a moment. Surprise, maybe. Or judgment. Of course. 68th floor. Ms. Crane will meet you at the elevator. The elevator was the kind of smooth that made you forget you were moving. No sound, no sensation, just numbers climbing on a digital display while Isla's heart tried to hammer its way out of her chest. What did he want? The question had kept her up all night, spinning scenarios that ranged from bizarre to terrifying. Was this some kind of escort situation? No, men like Damian Cross didn't need to hire companionship. They had models and actresses throwing themselves at their feet. Was it something illegal? Corporate espionage? Money laundering? Or maybe, a small voice whispered, it was exactly what the voicemail said. A business proposition. Legitimate. Above board. And if you believe that, the cynical part of her brain shot back. I have a bridge to sell you. The elevator doors opened onto a reception area that looked like it had been designed by someone who thought minimalism was a religion. Everything was white and chrome and sharp angles. A woman stood waiting, tall, black, elegant in a navy pantsuit that fit like it had been built around her body. Her hair was cut in a sharp bob that framed high cheekbones and eyes that assessed Isla in the span of a heartbeat. Miss Moretti. Her voice was professional warmth layered over steel. I'm Juliet Crane, Mr. Cross's executive assistant. Thank you for coming on such short notice. Of course. Isla's voice came out steadier than she'd expected. Small victory. Juliet led her down a hallway where the walls were made of frosted glass, behind which Isla could see the ghost shapes of people working. Everything here moved with quiet efficiency, like a machine built from human parts. I imagine you have questions, Juliet said without turning around. Several. Mr. Cross will answer what he can. I should prepare you, though he values directness. Don't waste his time with pleasantries, and don't try to impress him. He can smell bullshit from 3 floors away. She glanced back, and there was something almost kind in her eyes. Just be honest. That's what he respects. They stopped in front of a door, solid wood, in a building of glass, which somehow made it feel even more imposing. Juliet knocked twice, then pushed it open. Miss Moretti, sir. The office beyond was massive, but it didn't feel empty. One wall was floor-to-ceiling windows that framed the city like a painting. The others were lined with bookshelves, actual books, not the leather-bound decorator kind, but real books with cracked spines and dog-eared pages. A desk sat in front of the windows, and behind it, Damien Cross looked up from whatever he'd been reading, and Isla forgot how to breathe. The photographs hadn't lied, but they hadn't told the whole truth either. He was young, 31 according to Google, but his eyes were older. Sharp. The kind of eyes that catalogued everything in a glance and filed it away for future use. His dark hair was slightly too long, curling just past his collar in a way that suggested he had better things to worry about than haircuts. The suit was charcoal gray, perfectly tailored, and he wore it like armor. But it was his face that held her. All angles and intensity, like someone had carved him from marble and forgotten to soften the edges. Handsome in a way that made you nervous, like standing too close to a ledge. Miss Moretti. He stood, and the movement was fluid, controlled. Please, sit. Isla crossed the room on legs that had suddenly forgotten how to work properly. She sank into the leather chair across from his desk and tried to remember Juliet's advice. Be direct, be honest. He didn't sit back down. Instead, he walked to the windows, hands sliding into his pockets as he stared out at the city below. The silence stretched out like a wire pulled taut. Then, your mother has stage 4 pancreatic cancer. Isla's breath caught. Not a question. A statement of fact. You're $47,000 in debt to Mercy General Hospital, he continued, his voice level, almost clinical. You have a bachelor's degree in biology from NYU, where you graduated summa cum laude. You were accepted to Columbia Medical School, but deferred enrollment when your mother was diagnosed 3 years ago. You've worked 4 different jobs in the last 18 months: medical transcription, tutoring, waitressing, and a brief stint as a phlebotomist. None of them paid enough. You sold your car 6 months ago. Your engagement ring 8 months before that. He turned to face her, and his eyes were unreadable. You have 72 hours before your mother's treatment is suspended, and you have no idea how to get the money. Isla's throat had gone dry. You've been watching me. I've been informed about you. He moved back to his desk, but he didn't sit. He leaned against it instead, arms crossed, studying her like she was a puzzle he was deciding whether to solve. I need something, Miss Moretti, and I believe you need something from me. I'm proposing a transaction that benefits us both. What kind of transaction? A marriage. The word landed between them like a stone dropped in still water. Isla stared at him. Waited for the punchline. It didn't come. I'm sorry, what? I need a wife. He said it the way someone might say, I need a coffee. Casual, matter of fact, temporarily. 6 months, to be precise. In exchange, I'll pay off your mother's medical debt in full, cover all future treatment costs, and provide you with a lump sum of $500,000 when the arrangement concludes. $500,000. The number was so absurd, it didn't even feel real. It felt like a different language. Why? The question came out sharper than she'd intended. Why would you possibly need to hire a wife? Something flickered across his face. Not quite emotion, but a crack in the armor. My father passed away 2 years ago. He left the company to me, but there was a condition in his will. Oh, Stipulation that I find myself unable to fulfill by traditional means, which is that I be married before my 32nd birthday or controlling interest in cross-global transfers to the board of directors. His jaw tightened. My birthday is in 6 months. The board contains 3 men who would dismantle everything my father built and sell it for parts before the ink dried on the paperwork. So get actually married, Isla said. You're rich, you're young, you're… She gestured vaguely at his face, immediately regretting it. You could marry anyone? Anyone who wants something from me, yes. His voice had gone cold. A real marriage requires trust, Miss Moretti. It requires allowing someone access to your life, your finances, your vulnerabilities. I don't have time to vet someone thoroughly enough to ensure they won't take that access and weaponize it. And I don't have the inclination to play the dating game with women who see dollar signs instead of a person. He pushed off from the desk and moved closer, close enough that she had to tilt her head back to maintain eye contact. You, however, are different. You're desperate, which makes you honest. You have no interest in my world or my money beyond what you need to save your mother. And in 6 months, you'll walk away and never look back. It's clean. It's simple. It's business. Isla's mind was racing, trying to catch up. You want me to pretend to be your wife for 6 months? Live with you? Play the part in public? Yes. And there are rules, I assume. 3. He held up his hand, ticking them off on his fingers. 1. No emotional attachment. This is a contractual arrangement, nothing more. 2. No public scandals. You'll behave in a manner befitting your position. And 3. My private study on the 3rd floor of my home is off limits. You don't enter it. You don't ask questions about it. Are we clear? She should say no. Every instinct screamed at her to stand up, walk out, and never look back. This was insane. This was dangerous. This was the kind of story that ended badly. But the red envelope flashed in her mind. 72 hours. Her mother's tired eyes. The way she'd apologized last week for being too expensive to keep alive. Like her life was a luxury item Isla couldn't afford. If I agree, Isla heard herself say, I want the hospital debt paid immediately, before any marriage. And I want it in writing that you'll cover all future treatment, no matter what it costs. Something that might have been respect flickered in his eyes. Done. And I want to meet with a lawyer. My own lawyer, not yours, to review the contract. Reasonable. He moved back to his desk, pulled out a business card, and slid it across to her. This is the firm I've already contacted on your behalf. They'll represent your interests, not mine. All costs covered by me. Isla picked up the card, her fingers numb. This was really happening. She was really considering this. Why me? She asked quietly. Out of everyone in this city, everyone who might be desperate enough to say yes, why did you choose me? For the first time since she'd entered the office, his expression shifted into something she couldn't read. Something that looked almost like pain? No, that couldn't be right. Because, he said, his voice dropping so low she almost missed it. You're exactly who I've been looking for. The words hung in the air between them, weighted with meaning she didn't understand. Before she could ask him to explain, he straightened, and the mask of the ruthless CEO slid back into place. You don't have to answer now. Take the night. Think about it. But I'll need your decision by tomorrow morning. He glanced at his watch. The hospital billing department closes at 5 p.m. If you agree, I can have the payment processed by end of business day tomorrow. Isla stood on shaking legs. Her mother's face swam in her vision. The red envelope. The crushing weight of choices that weren't really choices at all. I'll give you my answer tomorrow, she managed. She made it to the elevator before her knees gave out. Made it to the lobby before the tears came. And she made it all the way home before she let herself admit the truth. She was going to say yes. She'd been going to say yes from the moment he said he could save her mother. And somewhere in the back of her mind, A small voice whispered a warning she was too desperate to heed. Be careful what you agree to, because men like Damian Cross don't make deals unless they're sure they'll win. The lawyer's office smelled like old books and expensive leather, the kind of smell that whispered, "We've been protecting secrets for generations." Isla sat across from Margaret Carl. The woman was in her mid-50s, with silver-streaked hair pulled back in a neat twist, and glasses that perched on her nose like they'd been born there. She'd spent the last 45 minutes reading through Damian Cross's marriage contract with the kind of intensity usually reserved for bomb defusal. Finally, she looked up. "This is—" Margaret paused, choosing her words carefully. "This is remarkably fair, given the circumstances." Isla's eyebrows shot up. "Fair? He's literally buying a wife. He's entering into a business arrangement with clearly defined terms and substantial compensation." Margaret tapped the papers with one manicured finger. "And Miss Moretti, I've seen prenuptial agreements that were far more predatory than this. Mr. Cross has actually protected you quite thoroughly." She flipped to a highlighted section. "You'll live in his penthouse for 6 months. You're required to attend public functions as his wife galas, business dinners, charity events, and maintain the appearance of a legitimate marriage. In private, however, you'll have your own bedroom suite. No physical intimacy is required or expected. He's made that explicitly clear in Section 7, Paragraph 3. Isla felt heat crawl up her neck. She hadn't even thought about that part. The idea of Damian Cross touching her made her stomach do something complicated that she refused to examine. "The financial terms are generous," Margaret continued. "Your mother's hospital debt paid in full as of this morning, according to the confirmation I received an hour ago." Isla's breath caught. "This morning? Mr. Cross apparently didn't want to wait for your signature. The payment has been processed. Mercy General Hospital confirmed that your mother's account balance is 0, and all future treatments are covered under a private healthcare fund he's established in her name." The room tilted slightly. He'd paid it, before she'd even signed anything, before she'd even said yes officially. He'd just done it. "There's more," Margaret said, and her tone had shifted into something almost warm. "Upon completion of the 6-month term, you'll receive $500,000, as promised. But he's also included provisions for your education. If you choose to return to medical school after the arrangement ends, he'll cover your full tuition, housing, and living expenses for the duration of your studies." Isla's throat went tight. "That wasn't part of the original offer." "No, it wasn't. He added it yesterday." Margaret leaned back in her chair, studying Isla over the rim of her glasses. "Miss Moretti, I'm going to step outside my role as your attorney for a moment and speak to you as a woman who's been practicing family law for 30 years. This man has done his homework on you. He knows about your medical school acceptance. He knows about your dreams. And he's not just offering you a way out of debt, he's offering you a way back to the life you had to give up. Why would he do that? I don't know. But my job isn't to question his motives. My job is to make sure you understand what you're signing." She pulled out a yellow legal pad and clicked her pen. "Let's talk about the 3 rules he mentioned, because they're spelled out in detail here, and you need to understand the consequences of breaking them." Isla's hands twisted in her lap. The 3 rules. They'd been echoing in her head since yesterday. "Rule 1, Margaret read. "No emotional attachment. You are not to develop or express romantic feelings for Mr. Cross. This is a professional arrangement, and both parties agree to maintain emotional boundaries at all times." She looked up. "There's a clause here that states if either party violates this rule, the contract can be terminated immediately, though you'd still receive a prorated portion of the final payment." "What's prorated? If you make it 4 months, you'd get roughly $333,000 instead of $500,000. Still a substantial sum, but less than the full term." Isla nodded slowly. "No emotional attachment. That shouldn't be hard." She barely knew the man, and what she did know suggested he had all the warmth of a glacier. Except, there'd been that moment in his office when he'd said, "You're exactly who I've been looking for." The way his voice had dropped, gone rough around the edges. The flash of something in his eyes that looked almost like, "No, stop it." That's exactly the kind of thinking that'll get you in trouble. Rule 2, Margaret continued. No public scandals. You're expected to behave with dignity and discretion. No speaking to the press without Mr. Cross's approval. No social media posts about your personal life. No behavior that could reflect poorly on Cross Global Enterprises or Mr. Cross's reputation. So, I'm supposed to be a perfect corporate wife. Essentially, yes. Though there's a provision here for a monthly allowance of $15,000 that you can spend however you wish. Clothing, personal expenses, whatever you need to maintain the lifestyle. That money is yours to keep even after the contract ends. $15,000 a month. For 6 months. That was $90,000 on top of the $500,000 lump sum and the medical school tuition. Isla's brain couldn't even process numbers that large. They didn't feel real. And Rule 3, Margaret said, and her voice had gone carefully neutral. Mr. Cross's private study on the 3rd floor of his residence is strictly off-limits. You are not to enter under any circumstances. You are not to ask questions about its contents. Violation of this rule will result in immediate termination of the contract, with no financial compensation beyond what has already been paid. Isla frowned. That seems extreme. It does, Margaret agreed. Which suggests whatever is in that room is deeply private. Maybe painful, my advice? Don't even think about that room. Treat it like it doesn't exist. But that was the thing about forbidden spaces, wasn't it? Tell someone not to look, and it's all they can think about. Isla made a mental note to stay as far away from the 3rd floor as possible. There's one more section I want you to pay attention to, Margaret said, flipping to the final pages. The termination clause. After 6 months, you'll attend one final public event together, a charity gala, and then quietly announce your separation a week later. The story will be that you married quickly, realized you were incompatible, and decided to part as friends. Mr. Cross's PR team will handle all media inquiries. You'll sign a non-disclosure agreement that prevents you from discussing the true nature of your arrangement for 10 years. 10 years? Standard for high-profile contracts like this. He doesn't want you writing a tell-all book or selling your story to tabloids. Margaret set down the contract and folded her hands. So, do you have any questions before you sign? Isla had about 1,000 questions. Why was Damien Cross really doing this? What was in that study? Why had he looked at her like he'd seen a ghost when she asked why he chose her? But those weren't the kind of questions Margaret could answer. What happens if I fall in love with him? The question slipped out before she could stop it. Margaret's expression softened. Then you'll have broken Rule 1, and you'll have to decide whether your feelings are worth losing $300,000 and any future financial support. My advice? Guard your heart like it's made of gold. Because in this arrangement, it essentially is. Isla picked up the pen. Her hand was steady as she signed her name on 6 different pages, initialing sections, agreeing to terms that would reshape the next 6 months of her life. With each signature, she felt like she was stepping further away from the person she'd been, and closer to someone she didn't recognize. When it was done, Margaret gathered the papers and slid them into a folder. Mr. Cross will be notified within the hour. He's arranged for a car to pick you up tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. You'll be moving into his penthouse, and his assistant will help you get settled. She stood and extended her hand. Good luck, Miss Moretti. Something tells me you're going to need it. Isla spent that night packing her life into 3 suitcases. It should have been depressing, seeing how little she'd accumulated in 28 years. Clothes that were serviceable but not stylish, books she'd collected from thrift stores, a few framed photographs of her mother from before the cancer carved her away from the inside out. She stood in the doorway of her mother's room at midnight, watching the steady rise and fall of her chest. The hospice nurse, another expense Isla no longer had to worry about, sat in the corner reading. But she looked up and smiled when Isla entered. "She had a good day today," the nurse whispered. "More alert. She even ate some soup." Ela knelt beside the bed and took her mother's hand. The skin was papery thin, stretched over bones that seemed more fragile every day. But she was breathing. She was alive. And now, thanks to a devil's bargain with a stranger, she'd stay that way. "Mama," Isla whispered, even though she knew her mother was asleep. "I'm doing something crazy, something you'd probably try to talk me out of if you were strong enough to argue. But it's going to save you. So I need you to forgive me for whatever comes next, okay?" Her mother's fingers twitched in her grip, just barely. Maybe coincidence, maybe not. Isla pressed a kiss to her mother's forehead and forced herself to leave before the tears came. The car that arrived at 9 a.m. wasn't just a car, it was a vehicle, all black leather and tinted windows, and a driver who looked like he moonlighted as a Secret Service agent. "Miss Moretti," he said with a polite nod, taking her suitcases like they weighed nothing. "I'm Thomas. I'll be your driver whenever you need transportation." "My driver," Isla repeated faintly. "Right. Because that's a thing I have now." Thomas's mouth twitched like he was fighting a smile. "Mr. Cross believes in thoroughness. The drive from her neighborhood in Queens to Damien's building in Midtown should have been jarring from cracked sidewalks and corner bodegas to pristine streets lined with buildings that cost more per square foot than most people made in a year." But Isla barely noticed. She was too busy trying to breathe through the panic that had decided to throw a party in her chest. "This is temporary," she reminded herself. 6 months. You can survive anything for 6 months. The building was even more imposing than the Cross Global Tower, all glass and steel, with a doorman who looked like he'd been carved from granite. He opened the car door for her like she was someone important, someone who mattered. "Welcome home, Mrs. Cross," he said. Mrs. Cross. The name felt wrong in her mouth, like clothes that didn't fit. The elevator ride to the penthouse was fast enough to make her ears pop. When the doors opened, they opened directly into the apartment. No hallway, no shared space. Just straight into a living room that was bigger than her entire apartment in Queens. Floor-to-ceiling windows. Furniture that looked like it belonged in a museum. Art on the walls that might have actually been famous. Isla didn't know enough about art to tell. But the signature in the corner of one painting looked suspiciously like it said Rothko. And standing in the middle of it all, looking impossibly out of place in jeans and a white t-shirt, was Damien Cross. He looked different without the suit. Younger, more human. The t-shirt showed off shoulders that suggested he didn't spend all his time behind a desk. And the jeans were worn in a way that suggested he actually wore them. Not just for show. Isla. Her name in his mouth sounded strange. Intimate. "Welcome." "Hi." "Brilliant. Very articulate. Your home is... It's obscene." He smiled, and it transformed his face, softened the sharp edges, made him look almost boyish. "My father had a thing for excess. I've been meaning to redecorate, but I haven't had the time." Juliet appeared from somewhere deeper in the apartment, immaculate as always. "Miss Moretti, if you'll follow me, I'll show you to your suite." Isla trailed after her down a hallway lined with doors. Juliet opened one near the end. "This will be your space for the next 6 months," she said. The room beyond wasn't a bedroom. It was a small apartment. King-sized bed with linens that probably cost more than Isla's monthly rent. A sitting area with a couch and a flat-screen TV. A bathroom with a tub big enough to swim in. And a shower, with approximately 7,000 settings. A walk-in closet that was currently empty, but could have housed a family of 4. "Mr. Cross's suite is at the other end of the hall," Juliet said. "You'll have complete privacy. There's a shared kit Carly and living area But Mr. Cross is rarely home before 8 p.m., and he usually works in his office until late. You'll see him at meals if he's home, and obviously for any public events. And the third floor? Isla asked before she could stop herself. Juliet's expression went carefully blank. Off limits, as per your contract. There's a staircase at the Iki Chihui end of this hall that leads up. I'd suggest pretending it doesn't exist. She left Isla alone to unpack, and for the first time since she'd signed the contract, the reality of what she'd done crashed over her like a wave. She'd sold herself. Not her body, maybe, but her time, her freedom, her life for the next 6 months. She'd agreed to play house with a stranger, to wear his ring and his name and smile for cameras, while pretending her heart wasn't screaming that this was wrong, all wrong. But then she thought of her mother's face this morning, when the nurse had told her about the medical bills being paid, the way she'd cried, actually cried real tears, instead of the dry, painful sobbing that was all her dehydrated body could manage anymore. The way she'd whispered, "How did you do it, baby?" And Isla had lied, said she'd gotten a new job, a signing, bonus, a miracle, close enough to the truth anyway. She unpacked her 3 sad suitcases into the massive closet and laughed at how pathetic her belongings looked scattered among all that empty space. Then she showered in water pressure that felt like heaven, changed into clean jeans and a sweater, and ventured back out to explore. The kitchen was all marble and stainless steel, with appliances that looked like they belonged on a spaceship. Isla was staring at the coffee maker, trying to figure out which of its 17 buttons actually made coffee, when Damien appeared in the doorway. "It's intimidating, isn't it?" he said, making her jump. "I had to have Thomas teach me how to use it. Here." He crossed to her, close enough that she could smell whatever cologne he wore, something dark and cedar-scented that made her think of forests at midnight. His arm brushed hers as he reached past her to press a sequence of buttons, and she felt the touch all the way down to her toes. The machine hummed to life. "Breakfast?" he asked, pulling back. "I was about to make eggs, unless you're one of those people who doesn't eat breakfast, in which case I'll judge you silently." Isla blinked. This version of Damien casual, almost playful, was so different from the cold CEO in the office that she wondered if she'd imagined that encounter entirely. "I eat breakfast," she managed. "But you don't have to cook for me. I know I don't." "Have to!" He was already pulling ingredients from the fridge. "But we're going to be living together for 6 months. We might as well be civil." He glanced back at her, and there was something searching in his gaze. "Unless you'd prefer to keep this completely businesslike? Separate meals, separate lives?" "No," Isla said quickly. Too quickly. "No, this is fine. Good." He nodded and turned back to the stove, cracking eggs with practiced efficiency. "There's a gala on Friday," he said conversationally. "Our first public appearance as a married couple. Juliet will take you shopping tomorrow for a dress and anything else you need. Don't hold back on the cost. The whole point is for you to look like you belong at my side." "Right, because I definitely don't right now." He looked up sharply. "I didn't mean it like that, didn't you?" She couldn't keep the edge out of her voice. "Come on, Damien. We both know I'm a project, a broke girl from Queens that you're dressing up to play Cinderella." Something flickered across his face. Anger, maybe, or hurt. It was gone too fast to tell. "Is that really what you think?" His voice had gone quiet. "Dangerous. That I see you as a project? What else would I be? You're paying me $500,000 to pretend to be your wife. That's not exactly a relationship built on mutual respect." He turned off the stove and faced her fully, and the intensity in his eyes made her want to step back. But she held her ground. "You want to know what I see when I look at you?" he said. "I see someone who gave up her dreams to take care of her mother. Someone who worked 4 jobs and sold everything she owned and still refused to give up. I see someone with a biology degree from NYU who could have been a doctor, should have been a doctor, but chose love over ambition. That's not something I'm used to seeing in my world, Aisla. People here choose ambition every time. So no, you're not a project. You're—" He stopped abruptly, jaw clenching like he'd said too much. "I'm what?" Isla whispered, but he'd already turned, back to the eggs. And when he spoke again, his voice was carefully neutral. "Breakfast is ready. We should eat before it gets cold." They ate in silence, the weight of unfinished sentences hanging between them like smoke. And somewhere above them, on the forbidden 3rd floor, secrets waited in the dark. The boutique didn't have prices in the window, which Isla had learned was a very bad sign for her nerves, and a very good sign that she couldn't afford anything inside. Except now she could. Or rather, Damien could. Which felt worse, somehow. "Stop looking like you're about to be executed," Juliet said, guiding her through the door with a hand on her elbow. "This is supposed to be fun." "Fun?" Isla eyed the dress on the nearest mannequin, a confection of silk and crystals that probably cost more than her nursing school textbooks. "Right. Fun." A woman appeared from the back of the store like she'd been summoned by telepathy. She was tall, angular, dressed in all black with glasses perched on her head like a tiara. Her eyes swept over Isla in a single assessing glance that felt like an X-ray. "Juliet," she said warmly, kissing the air beside Juliet's cheeks. "It's been too long. And this must be the new Mrs. Cross." Mrs. Cross. Isla still wasn't used to that name. She'd been married for exactly 3 days, a quick courthouse ceremony with Juliet and Thomas as witnesses, legal papers signed in triplicate, a ring slid onto her finger that felt too heavy for what it was supposed to represent. Damien had kissed, her cheek afterward, barely a brush of lips against skin, and she'd felt it like an electric shock. "Isla, this is Isabelle Laurent," Juliet said. "She dresses everyone who matters in this city." "No pressure," Isla muttered. Isabelle's laugh was like wind chimes. "Oh, I like her. She's got spine." She circled Isla slowly, studying her from every angle. "Good bone structure. Natural beauty. You haven't ruined yourself with fillers and Botox, thank God. And that body?" She made an appreciative noise. "Curves. Real curves. Do you know how rare that is among the women Damien usually—" She stopped abruptly, glancing at Juliet. "The women Damien usually—" "What?" Isla asked, even though she knew she shouldn't. "Ignore me." Isabel waved a hand. "I talk too much. Now, Juliet tells me you need a gown for the Pemberton Charity Gala. That's Friday, yes? One of the biggest events of the season. Every society maven, tech billionaire, and trust fund baby in the tri-state area will be there, all watching to see what Damien Cross's mysterious new wife looks like." Isla's stomach dropped. "Watching? Darling, you married one of the most eligible bachelors in New York. There's been speculation about Damien's love life for years, who he dates, why he never commits, whether he's secretly gay." Isabel pulled out her phone and scrolled. "Look, the announcement of your marriage made page 6, the Times Society section, and 3 different business magazines. People are desperate to know who you are." She turned the phone so Isla could see. There was a photo, grainy, taken from a distance of her and Damien leaving the courthouse, He had his hand on the small of her back, his body angled toward her like he was protecting her from the camera. In the photo, they looked like a real couple, like people who loved each other. The caption read, "Mystery Woman captures the heart of Manhattan's most elusive billionaire." "They think it's a love story," Isla said faintly. "Of course they do." Juliet plucked the phone away. "That's the whole point. Now, let's find you something that'll make them all realize Damien Cross has excellent taste." The next 2 hours were a blur of fabric and measurements, zippers and pins. Isla tried on what felt like 50 dresses, each one more beautiful and more expensive than the last. Isabel rejected most of them with a critical eye, and comments like, "too sweet," or "not enough presents," or "she looks like a cupcake." Finally, she brought out a dress that made Isla's breath catch. It was deep emerald green, the color of forests in shadow. The neckline was off the shoulder, elegant without being revealing. The bodice was fitted, showing off her waist, and then the skirt flowed down in layers of silk that moved like water. It was sophisticated, timeless. The kind of dress that didn't scream for attention, but commanded it anyway. "This," Isabel said, "this is the one." Isla turned to look at herself in the three-way mirror and barely recognized her reflection. The dress transformed her, made her look like she could belong in Damien's world, like she could walk into a room full of billionaires and hold her head high. "He's going to lose his mind when he sees you in this," Isabel said with satisfaction. "It's not about him," Isla protested weakly. "Darling, it's always about him." Isabel met her eyes in the mirror. "But maybe that's not such a bad thing. I've known Damien for 5 years. Dressed every woman he's ever brought to a public event. And you know what? Not one of them ever made him look at them the way he looked at you in that courthouse photo." Isla's heart did something complicated in her chest. "You can't see how he's looking at me in that photo. It's too grainy. I've been reading body language for 20 years. Trust me, I can see." She adjusted the dress's shoulders, her hands gentle. "Whatever arrangement you two have, whatever the real story is, and don't worry, I'm not asking, just remember that sometimes the line between performance and reality gets blurry, and when that happens, people get hurt." It sounded like a warning, or maybe advice. Isla wasn't sure which. They left the boutique with the dress, 2 other gowns for future events, 3 cocktail dresses, casual clothes, shoes, accessories, and a bill that made Isla lightheaded when she glimpsed it. Juliet handed over a credit card without blinking. "Next stop," Juliet said as they loaded bags into the car. "Hair and makeup consultation. Isabel gave me the name of someone who can teach you some techniques for the cameras, and we need to talk about your backstory." "My backstory? How you met Damien, where you went on your first date, how he proposed." Juliet pulled out a tablet as the car started moving. "We've crafted a narrative that's close enough to the truth to be believable. You were working as a medical transcriptionist for one of Cross Global's healthcare subsidiaries. You met at a company event 6 months ago. He was immediately taken with you, but waited to ask you out because he didn't want to abuse the power dynamic. You bonded over your shared experience of losing a parent, his father, your mother's illness. He proposed on a weekend trip to the Hamptons. Simple, romantic, believable." "We're lying to everyone," Isla said. "We're managing a narrative." Juliet's voice was kind but firm. "That's different. Besides, the best lies are built on truth. You did lose someone. He has lost someone. And if you'd met at a company event under different circumstances, isn't it possible you might have connected?" Isla thought about Damien in his office, the intensity in his eyes, the way he'd cooked her breakfast, and asked about her dreams. The flash of something vulnerable when he'd said, "You're not a project." "I guess," she admitted. The hair and makeup consultation was surreal. A woman named Yuki, with purple streaks in her hair and more piercings than Isla could count, spent an hour teaching her how to apply makeup that looked natural in person but photographed beautifully, how to angle her face toward light, how to smile for cameras without looking stiff. "The key," Yuki said, applying something to Isla's cheekbones, with a brush that felt like a whisper, "is to look happy but not giddy, in love but not desperate. You're a woman who's confident in her relationship, not trying to prove anything to anyone." "That's a lot to communicate with my face. You'll get used to it." Yuki stepped back to assess her work. "Besides, you have good instincts. I saw that courthouse photo. The way you were looking at him? That wasn't performance. That was real." Isla wanted to protest, but she couldn't. Because she remembered that moment, the way Damien's hand had felt on her back, warm through the thin fabric of her dress, the way he'd leaned in close and whispered, "You okay?" Like he actually cared about the answer. And for just a second, she'd forgotten it was fake. She'd forgotten about the contract and the rules and the money. She'd just felt safe, which was dangerous. So dangerous. By the time they got back to the penthouse, it was almost 7 p.m. Isla's feet hurt from trying on shoes, her head was full of backstory details she was supposed to memorize, and she felt like she'd spent the entire day being transformed into someone else. She found Damien in the living room, laptop balanced on his knees, still wearing the suit he'd left in that morning. He looked tired. There were shadows under his eyes that suggested he hadn't been sleeping well. He glanced up when she entered, and something in his expression shifted, softened. "How was shopping with Juliet?" he asked. "Exhausting, expensive, slightly terrifying." She dropped onto the couch beside him, not bothering with propriety. Her feet were too sore to care. "Isabel is intense. She's the best." He closed his eye, laptop, and set it aside. "Did you find a dress?" "Apparently. Isabel said you're going to lose your mind when you see it. But I think that was her being dramatic. Isabel doesn't do dramatic. If she said that, she meant it." His eyes tracked over her face, cataloging the subtle makeup Yuki had left on for practice. "You look different." "Good different or bad different? Just different." He leaned back against the couch, and the movement brought him closer to her, close enough that she could see the flecks of gold in his dark eyes. "How are you feeling about Friday?" "Terrified." "Good. That means you're taking it seriously." He smiled slightly. "I'll be with you the entire time. If you get overwhelmed, just squeeze my hand twice. That'll be our signal. I'll make an excuse and get you out of the room for a few minutes." The thoughtfulness of it caught her off guard. "You've thought about this." "I've thought about everything." He ran a hand through his hair, messing it up in a way that made him look younger, more vulnerable. "Isla, I know this arrangement isn't ideal. I know you didn't sign up to be scrutinized by society columnists and photographed everywhere you go, but I'm going to do everything I can to make it bearable." "Why?" The question slipped out before she could stop it. "Why do you care whether it's bearable for me? You're paying me $500,000. Shouldn't that be enough?" He was quiet for a long moment, his gaze dropping to where his hands rested, on his knees. When he spoke, his voice was low enough that she had to lean in to hear. "My father used to say that how you treat people when you have power over them says everything about who you are. You're giving me 6 months of your life. The least I can do is make sure those 6 months don't destroy you in the process. That's actually decent of you. Don't sound so surprised." He looked up, and there was a hint of humor in his eyes. "I'm not a complete monster, despite what the business magazines say." "What do they say?" "That I'm ruthless. That I've dismantled companies and destroyed careers without blinking. That I care more about profit margins than people." He shrugged. "Most of it's true. But there's a difference between being ruthless in business and being cruel in life." Isla studied him, this complicated man who'd saved her mother's life, bought her designer dresses, and kept a locked room full of secrets. Who looked at her sometimes like she was a puzzle he was desperate to solve, and other times like he was afraid of what might happen if he got too close. "Can I ask you something?" she said. "You can ask. I might not answer." "Why did you really choose me? And don't give me that line about me being desperate and honest. There are hundreds of desperate, honest people in this city. What made me different?" His jaw tightened. For a second, she thought he might actually tell her. But then he stood, creating distance between them, and the walls went back up. "It's late," he said. "You should get some rest. Friday's going to be a long night." It was a dismissal. A clear one. Isla stood too, frustration bubbling under her skin. "You know, for someone who wants us to be civil, you're pretty good at shutting down conversations." "Isla, no, it's fine." She held up a hand. "I get it. There are things you're not going to tell me. But don't act like we're going to be friends or partners in this if you can't even answer a simple question." She turned to go, but his voice stopped her. "You remind me of someone." She looked back. He was standing by the window, silhouetted against the city lights, and his expression was unreadable. "Someone I lost," he continued. "Someone who mattered. And when I saw your file, your photo, for a second I thought—" He shook his head. "It doesn't matter what I thought. But that's why I chose you. Because looking at you feels like looking at a second chance I don't deserve." The words hung in the air between them, raw and honest, and completely unexpected. Isla's heart was hammering. "Damien. Good night, Isla." He walked past her toward his suite, and she heard his door close with a soft click. She stood there for a long time, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Trying to understand how a man could be so closed off one moment and so brutally vulnerable the next, and trying desperately not to think about what it meant that his voice had cracked when he said someone who mattered. Friday arrived too quickly. Isla spent the morning being primped and polished by Yuki and a team of stylists, who descended on the penthouse like a very fashionable SWAT unit. Her hair was curled and pinned into something elegant and effortless-looking that had taken an hour to create. Her makeup was flawless, dramatic enough for evening, but not overdone. Her nails were painted a deep burgundy that matched her lipstick, and then came the dress. When she finally looked at herself in the full-length mirror, she barely recognized the woman staring back. The emerald silk hugged every curve, the off-shoulder neckline showing just enough skin to be elegant. The diamond earrings Damien had left in her room that morning with a note that said simply, "These belonged to my mother," caught the light with every movement. She looked like she belonged in his world, like she was someone who mattered. Isla nodded, not trusting herself to speak, because she'd wanted that kiss. God help her. She'd wanted it so badly, her entire body ached with it. And that was a problem. That was breaking rule number 1 without even trying. In the car ride home, Damien held her hand. Just held it. his thumb tracing patterns on her skin, neither of them speaking. The city lights streaked past the windows, painting them in gold and shadow. When they got back to the penthouse, he walked her to her suite. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for tonight, for defending me, for being what?" He looked at her for a long moment, something painful and tender and complicated in his eyes. "For being you," he finally said. "Good night, Isla." He turned to go, but she caught his hand. Damien? Who was she? Vanessa? His jaw clenched. "Someone I thought I loved once. Someone who taught me that people always want something. That love is just another word for transaction." "That's not true, isn't it?" He looked down at their joined hands. "You're here because I'm paying you. I'm here because you saved my mother's life. There's a difference." He pulled his hand free gently. "Is there? Good night, Isla." This time, when he walked away, she let him go. But she stood in her doorway for a long time, watching the empty hallway and thinking about the look in his eyes when he'd almost kissed her, about the way his hands had trembled when they'd touched her face, about the crack in his voice when he'd said "someone I thought I loved once," and she realized, with creeping horror, that she was starting to understand something dangerous. Damien Cross wasn't just her employer. He wasn't just the man paying her to play a role. He was lonely. He was haunted. He was carrying wounds that hadn't healed. And despite every warning, every rule, every reason she had to guard her heart, she was starting to care about him. She was starting to care about him far more than was safe. Isla woke up to sunlight streaming through floor-to-ceiling windows and the disorienting realization that she'd slept better than she had in months. The bed was obscenely comfortable Egyptian cotton, sheets, a mattress that felt like sleeping on a cloud, pillows that cradled her head like they'd been designed specifically for her neck. She stretched, feeling muscles relax that had been tense for years, and for just a moment let herself pretend this was her life, that she belonged here, that last night had been real. Then reality crashed back in. She'd almost kissed Damien. Or he'd almost kissed her. Or they'd almost kissed each other. The specifics didn't matter. What mattered was that invisible line they'd drawn on day one. The line that separated business from something dangerous had gotten so blurry she could barely see it anymore. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand. A text from Juliet. "Check page 6. We're trending." Isla's stomach dropped. She grabbed her laptop and pulled up the gossip site, and there it was, splashed across the homepage in bold letters. "Cinderella Story or Contract Marriage. The truth about Damien Cross's mysterious wife." The article was accompanied by photos from last night, her and Damien on the dance floor, looking at each other like they were the only two people in the room. Her confrontation with Vanessa, captured mid-sentence, her face fierce and defensive, and one shot that made her breath catch. Damien in the hallway, his hands on her face, looking at her like she was something precious and breakable. She scrolled through the article with growing dread. Sources close to cross-global enterprises suggest the whirlwind marriage may be more business than romance, timed conveniently to fulfill the requirements of CEO Damien Cross's father's will. But if it's fake, someone forgot to tell his heart. Witnesses at last night's Pemberton Gala reported palpable chemistry between the newlyweds, with one guest noting, "The way he looks at her? That's not acting. That's obsession." The drama escalated when Vanessa Blackwell, Cross's ex-girlfriend, publicly questioned the legitimacy of the marriage. Isla Cross's response? A fierce defense of her husband that left no doubt where her loyalties lie. "He chose me," she told Blackwell, her voice carrying across the silent ballroom. The moment has already been immortalized in countless social media posts, with "Yurdi he chose me" trending worldwide. So is it real or fake? Our money's on real. You can't fake the way Damian Cross touched his wife last night, protective, possessive, and utterly smitten. If this is a business arrangement, it's the most convincing performance we've ever seen. Isla closed the laptop and pressed her palms against her eyes. This was supposed to be simple. 6 months of pretending, collect the money, walk away. But nothing about this felt simple anymore. There was a knock on her door. "Come in," she called, expecting Juliet. It was Damien. He was wearing gray sweatpants and a black t-shirt, his hair still messy from sleep, and he looked almost boyish, almost normal, like someone who could be her friend instead of her employer. "Morning," he said, leaning against the doorframe. "I brought coffee. Thought you might need it after last night." He held out a mug ceramic, not paper, the kind of detail that showed he'd actually made it himself rather than having someone else do it. She took it, and their fingers brushed. That spark again, electric and unavoidable. "Thank you," she said. "Did you see page 6? "I saw everything. Twitter, Instagram, 3 different entertainment news sites." He ran a hand through his hair. "We're officially the most talked-about couple in New York. Is that good or bad? Good for the narrative. Bad for your privacy." He stepped into the room, and she was suddenly very aware that she was wearing pajamas, an old NYU t-shirt and shorts, while he looked at her with an intensity that made her skin heat. "I'm sorry about Vanessa. I should have warned you she might be there." "Who is she? Really?" Damien was quiet for a moment, then moved to the window, staring out at the city below. "We dated 3 years ago. For about 6 months. She's old money, blue blood. Exactly the kind of woman my father thought I should marry. Smart, beautiful, connected. What happened? I found out she was sleeping with my business partner to get inside information about a merger." His voice was flat, emotionless. "She was feeding details to her father's company so they could undercut our bid. When I confronted her, she didn't even try to deny it. She just said, 'It's not personal, Damien. It's business.'" Isla set down her coffee mug. "That's horrible. That's my world." He turned to face her. "Everyone wants something. Everyone has an angle. My father used to say trust is the most expensive currency in business because once you spend it, you can never get it back. That's a lonely way to live. It's a safe way to live." But there was something in his eyes that contradicted the words, something that looked like regret. Isla crossed to him, stopping a few feet away, close enough to see the faint scar above his left eyebrow, the shadow of stubble on his jaw, close enough to smell coffee and cedar, and something uniquely him. "For what it's worth," she said quietly, "I meant what I said last night. Not the part about being in love, obviously, but the part about you choosing me. You did. You could have picked anyone desperate enough to take this deal. But you picked me. And I think that says something about who you are. Or it says something about what I'm desperate for." His jaw clenched. "Isla, there are things about this arrangement, about why I chose you, that I can't explain. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But I need you to trust me when I say I'm not trying to hurt you." "Then what are you trying to do?" He looked at her for a long moment, and she saw the war happening behind his eyes, the urge to tell her something fighting against whatever walls he'd built, to keep people out. Finally, he said, "I'm trying not to repeat my father's mistakes," and failing spectacularly. Before she could ask what that meant, his phone buzzed. He pulled it out, glanced at the screen, and his expression hardened. "I have to go. Conference call with Tokyo." He headed for the door, then paused. "There's a charity lunch on Tuesday. Small event, mostly board members' wives. Juliet will brief." "You? And Isla?" "Yeah? You were incredible last night. Truly, thank you for having my back." Then he was gone, leaving her standing there with a half-finished cup of coffee and a chest full of feelings she wasn't supposed to have. The next few days fell into a strange rhythm. Mornings, Damien was already gone before she woke up, leaving only a fresh pot of coffee and occasionally a note. Meeting ran late. "Don't wait up," or "There's Thai food in the fridge if you're hungry." Small gestures that shouldn't have meant anything, but somehow meant everything. Afternoons, Juliet would appear with her tablet and her perfectly organized schedule, walking Isla through upcoming events, coaching her on names and faces she needed to remember, drilling her on the backstory until Isla could recite it in her sleep. Evenings were the complicated part. Sometimes Damien came home for dinner, and they'd sit in the enormous kit Carl, eating takeout at the Marble Island like regular people. He'd ask about her day, and she'd tell him about the decorator who'd come to discuss refreshing the penthouse, or the stylist who'd brought over clothes for next week's events. He'd share carefully edited stories about his work, challenging negotiations, difficult clients, the politics of running a global company. They talked about everything except the things that mattered, like why his private study was off-limits, like who she reminded him of, like the way they'd almost kissed at the gala, and how neither of them had mentioned it since. Other nights, he didn't come home at all. She'd hear him arrive after midnight, his footsteps quiet in the hallway, his door closing softly. And she'd lie in her bed, staring at the ceiling, wondering where he'd been and why she cared. "This is business," she'd remind herself. Just business. But business didn't explain why her heart jumped every time she heard his key in the lock. Didn't explain why she'd started wearing the emerald dress's shade of green more often, because she'd seen the way his eyes darkened when he looked at her in it. Didn't explain why she'd memorized the sound of his laugh, rare and genuine and beautiful. On Tuesday, the charity lunch was exactly as boring as she'd feared. A room full of women who lunched, discussing fundraisers and schools and the renovations they were having done to their summer homes in the Hamptons. Isla smiled and nodded and tried not to feel like a fraud. "So, Isla," one woman said, "Catherine something, wife of a cross-global board member. What did you do before you married Damien? Juliet mentioned you worked in healthcare?" "Medical transcription," Isla said, sticking to the script, "for one of Cross Global's subsidiaries." "How did you two meet?" "At a company event. He spilled champagne on my dress." The lie came easily now. They'd practiced it so many times it almost felt true. He insisted on buying me a new one, and we ended up talking for hours. I'd never met anyone who could make corporate healthcare policy sound interesting. The women laughed, charmed by the story. And Isla felt something twist in her gut, because she was good at this now. Good at lying. Good at being someone she wasn't. After lunch, she wandered the event space, a private room at one of Manhattan's most exclusive restaurants, and found herself drawn to the windows overlooking Central Park. The leaves were turning, painting the trees in shades of gold and crimson. It reminded her of falls in Queens, when her mother would take her to the park to collect leaves for art projects. Her mother. Isla pulled out her phone and dialed the hospice center. Mrs. Moretti is having a good day, the nurse told her. Very alert. Would you like to speak with her? Please. There was rustling, and then her mother's voice, thin but stronger than it had been in weeks. Isla, baby. Hi, Mama. Isla's eyes stung. How are you feeling? Good. Better. The doctors say the new treatment is working. There was wonder in her voice. Isla, I don't understand. How did you pay for all this? The nurse said everything is covered. That there's some kind of fund. I got a new job, Mama. Remember? A really good one. But the nurse said it's enough to cover years of treatment. What kind of job? A complicated one. Isla pressed her forehead against the cool glass. But it's going to save your life, so it's worth it. Are you happy, baby? The Idu's question caught her off guard. Yes? I think so. You don't sound sure. It's just different. Everything's different now. Different bad or different good? Isla thought about Damien's laugh, his rare smiles, the way he looked at her sometimes like she was solving an equation he'd been working on for years. The danger of caring about him, when she knew this had an expiration date. I don't know yet, she admitted. Well, as long as you're safe, as long as you're okay. Her mother's voice was getting tired. I love you, sweetheart. I love you too, Mama. Get some rest. After she hung up, Isla stood there for a long time, watching the park and thinking about complicated choices and the cost of survival. Mrs. Cross? She turned to find Catherine approaching, holding 2 glasses of champagne. She offered one to Isla. You looked like you could use this, Catherine said kindly. That obvious? These events are exhausting, especially when you're new to all of it. Catherine took a sip of her champagne. Can I give you some advice? Woman to woman? Please. Don't let them make you feel like you don't belong. Catherine gestured to the room behind them. Half these women married for money. A quarter married for status. And the rest got lucky. And found both. You're no different from any of them, no matter what whispers you might hear. Thank you, Isla said, surprised by the kindness. Besides, Catherine's eyes twinkled. I saw the photos from the Pemberton Gala. The way Damien looks at you? That's not fake. I've known him since he was a boy, and I've never seen him look at anyone like that. Whatever brought you two together, there's something real there. Don't let anyone convince you otherwise. Not even yourself. She squeezed Isla's arm and walked away, leaving Isla with a glass of champagne and a chest full of confusion. That night, Damien came home early, only 7 p.m., which apparently counted as early in his world. Isla was in the Kit Carl, attempting to cook dinner. She'd found pasta in the pantry, vegetables in the fridge, and was fairly confident she wouldn't poison anyone. Probably. You cook? Damien asked from the doorway, his tie loosened and his jacket gone. I'm trying. She gestured at the pot of boiling water. Fair warning. I might burn down your very expensive kitchen. I have insurance. He moved beside her, peering into the pan where she was sautéing vegetables. That smells good. Don't sound so surprised. I just assumed with the meal allowance you'd order in every night. I got tired of takeout, and my mother used to say, cooking for yourself is an act of self-care. She stirred the vegetables, acutely aware of how close he was standing, close enough that his arm brushed hers. Besides, I like cooking. It's calming. Centrites, I help? She glanced at him skeptically. Do you know how to cook? I can follow directions. Fine. There's garlic that needs mincing. They worked side by side, falling into an easy rhythm. He'd ask where something was, she'd direct him. She'd need a pot. He'd hand it to her before she asked. It felt domestic, normal, like they were a real couple making dinner together on a Tuesday night. "How was the lunch?" he asked, chopping garlic, with surprising competence. Exhausting. But Catherine Lindstrom was nice. She gave me a pep talk about belonging. His hand stilled. "Catherine's good people. She was friends with my mother. She said she's known you since you were a boy." She has. She used to give me books for my birthday. Real books. Not the business biographies my father thought I should read. Science fiction, fantasy, novels about people doing impossible things. He smiled slightly. She told me once that imagination was more important than ambition. My father nearly had a stroke. Sounds like she was right. Maybe. He dumped the garlic into the pan, and it sizzled. My father believed in building empires. Catherine believed in building character. They never saw eye to eye on which mattered more. "What do you believe?" He was quiet for a long moment, watching the garlic brown. "I used to think my father was right. That power and success were the only things that mattered. That people were just chess pieces you moved to achieve your goals." He turned to look at her. But lately, I'm starting to think he was wrong about a lot of things. The air between them felt charged, heavy with things unsaid. "Like what?" Isla whispered. "Like the idea that caring about people is weakness. That letting someone in means giving them power to destroy you. That trust is too expensive to buy." His eyes searched hers. That some mistakes can't be fixed. Isla's heart was hammering. "Damien," the timer went off, shattering the moment. They ate dinner at the Kit Carl Island, talking about nothing important, a movie she'd watched, a book he was reading, the weather, forecast for the weekend. Surface conversations that felt deeper because of the way he listened. Like her words mattered. Like she mattered. After dinner, he helped her clean up, and when their hands touched in the soapy water, neither of them pulled away. They just stood there, fingers intertwined beneath the suds, until Isla forced herself to break the contact. "I should get some sleep," she said, even though it was barely 9 p.m. Even though what she wanted was to stay here with him, learning his secrets, mapping the scars he kept hidden. "Isla, wait." He caught her wrist gently. "I've been thinking about something you said, about me choosing you." "Yeah? You asked why, and I gave you a partial answer. But the truth is," he took a breath, 10 years ago, something happened. Something that changed everything. And when I saw your file, your photo, I thought maybe I'd been given a chance to fix it. To fix everything I broke. I don't understand. I know. And I can't explain, not without breaking every rule I set to protect us both. His thumb stroked the inside of her wrist, over her racing pulse. "But I need you to know that this arrangement, this marriage, it's not just about my father's will. It's not just about saving my company. You matter to me, more than you should." The confession hung between them, raw and dangerous. "You matter." "To me too," Isla heard herself say. "That's the problem." Why is it a problem? Because in 4 months, this ends. I go back to my life, you go back to yours, and we pretend none of this happened. And if I let myself care too much, if I let this become real— She pulled her hand away. "I don't think I'll survive it." His expression cracked. "Isla. Good night, Damien." She walked away before he could stop her, before she could do something stupid like stay, like tell him that she was already in too deep. that she thought about him constantly, that the idea of walking away in 4 months felt like planning her own execution. In her room, she stood with her back against the door, breathing hard. Rule number 1. No emotional attachment. She'd broken it. Completely and irrevocably. Perfect, Yuki breathed. Damien's going to swallow his tongue when he sees you. Isla's stomach flipped. That's not the goal. Honey, that's always the goal. Yuki grinned. Now go knock 'em dead. Damien was waiting in the living room, and when Isla walked in, he went very still. He was wearing a tuxedo that fit him like it had been painted on, all sharp lines and lethal elegance. His hair was styled back from his face, emphasizing the strong lines of his jaw. He looked like he'd walked out of a magazine spread for men who could ruin your life. But it was the way he looked at her that made Isla's breath catch, like she'd knocked the air from his lungs, like he was seeing something he'd thought was lost, like she was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. Isla, he said, and his voice was rough. You look acceptable? She offered, trying for lightness. Devastating. He crossed to her slowly, like he was approaching something fragile. When he reached her, he offered his arm. Ready to lie to a room full of the richest people in New York? Absolutely not. Good. Me neither. He smiled, and it was real. Warm. Let's go anyway. The gala was held at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, because, of course, it was. The entrance was lined with photographers, their cameras flashing like lightning, as limousines pulled up and deposited their glittering cargo. Remember, Damien murmured as their car approached, we're in love, we're happy, and we have absolutely nothing to hide. Right. No pressure. His hand found hers and squeezed gently. You've got this. Just follow my lead. The car stopped. The Ari Docker opened, and Isla stepped out into a wall of camera flashes and shouted questions. Mrs. Cross, look here. How did you meet? Damien, is it true you married in secret? Damien's arm wrapped around her waist, solid and grounding. He guided her up the stairs with practiced ease, pausing once to let the photographers get their shots. Isla forced herself to smile, to lean into him like this was natural, like they'd done this 1,000 times. His hand on her hip felt possessive, protective. And when he looked down at her, the expression on his face was so tender that she almost believed it herself. You're doing great, he whispered against her ear, and the warmth of his breath made her shiver. Inside, the museum had been transformed into something out of a fairy tale. Crystal chandeliers cast rainbow light across marble floors. Waiters circulated with champagne and hors d'oeuvres. Men in tuxedos and women in gowns that cost more than cars mingled beneath priceless works of art. And everyone was staring at them. Damien! A man approached, tall, silver-haired, with the kind of smile that didn't reach his eyes. There you are. And this must be the infamous Mrs. Cross. Isla, this is Walter Pemberton, Damien said smoothly. The host of this evening's festivities. Walter, my wife. Isla, my wife. The possessive note in his voice sent heat curling through her stomach. Charmed. Walter took her hand and kissed it, his eyes assessing. You've created quite the stir, my dear. Damien's been Manhattan's most confirmed bachelor for years. We'd all given up hope. I'm very persistent, Isla said, channeling the confidence Juliet had drilled into her. Walter laughed. I like her. Don't let this one go, Damien. I don't intend to. Damien's arm tightened around her waist. If you'll excuse us, I promised Isla a tour of the Egyptian wing. He steered her away smoothly, and Isla felt like she could breathe again. "That wasn't so bad," she said. "That was the easy part." Damien accepted 2 glasses of champagne from a passing waiter and handed her one. The real test comes when the society matriarchs corner you and interrogate you about everything from your wedding dress to your family tree. I can't tell them the truth, so tell them the story, the one Juliet prepared. You've memorized it, right? She had. Every detail, how they'd met, how he'd pursued her, how he'd proposed on a beach at sunset with the ring hidden in a shell. It was all fiction, but it was the kind of fiction that people wanted to believe. They made their way through the crowd, Damien introducing her to a blur of names and faces. Isla smiled and laughed and answered questions with the practiced responses. Juliet had coached her on, and through it all, Damien never left her side. His hand stayed on her back, her waist, her elbow always touching, always grounding her. It should have felt like performance, like a role she was playing, but somewhere, between the 3rd glass of champagne and the 10th introduction, something shifted. The way Damien looked at her started to feel less like acting and more like something real. The way he laughed at her jokes, the way he leaned in when she spoke like her words were the only ones that mattered. The way his thumb traced absent, circles on her hip when he thought she wasn't paying attention. And when a slow song began to play and he led her onto the dance floor, pulling her into his arms with a gentleness that made her throat tight, Isla realized she was in trouble. "You're a good dancer," she said, trying to focus on anything other than how close they were. "My mother insisted on lessons." His hand was warm on her lower back, his other hand holding hers against his chest. She could feel his heartbeat, steady and strong. She said every gentleman should know how to waltz. Was she right? About most things. His eyes held hers, dark and intense. "She would have liked you. You don't know that." "Yes, I do." He spun her gently, and when he pulled her back, they were even closer than before. "She would have liked your strength, your loyalty, the way you gave up everything for your mother without hesitation." "I didn't give up everything." "You gave up medical school, your career, your future. That's everything, Isla." "No," she said softly. That would have been losing her. Everything else was just details. Something in his expression cracked. For just a moment, she saw past the mask to the raw grief underneath. The loss he carried. The weight of it. "Damien," she whispered, "what happened to you?" But before he could answer, someone cleared their throat loudly beside them. They broke apart to find a woman standing there, mid-40s, blonde, beautiful in a sharp-edged way that suggested extensive plastic surgery and excellent genetics. Her smile was all teeth. "Damien," she purred, "aren't you going to introduce me to your wife?" Damien's entire body had gone rigid. "Vanessa, I didn't know you'd be here. I wouldn't miss it." The woman Vanessa turned her assessing gaze on Isla. "So you're the girl who finally trapped him. Congratulations. I'm sure that took considerable effort." Isla felt Damien's hand tighten. On her waist, a silent warning. But she was done being polite to people who looked at her like she was dirt. "Actually," Isla said sweetly, "he pursued me. I was perfectly happy with my life. He's the one who insisted we were meant to be together." Vanessa's smile sharpened. How romantic. And here I thought this was a business arrangement. You know, to fulfill the terms of his father's will. The words hit like a slap. Around them, other couples had slowed their dancing, straining to hear. "That's enough," Damien said, his voice deadly quiet. "Is it?" Vanessa cocked her head. "Because I think people deserve to know the truth about your whirlwind romance. How convenient that you found true love right before your birthday deadline. How lucky that this sweet little nobody showed up just in time to save your inheritance." Isla felt the eyes on them, felt the whispers starting. This was a disaster. This was exactly the kind of public scandal the contract forbade. But then, something inside her snapped. Because this woman, this bitter, cruel woman, was trying to destroy Damien, trying to humiliate him in front of everyone who mattered in his world. And Isla found she couldn't stand it. "You're right," she said clearly, her voice carrying across the suddenly quiet room. "It was lucky. Lucky that I walked into his office that day. Lucky that he saw past my cheap clothes and empty bank account to the person underneath. Lucky that he fell in love with someone who loves him back instead of someone who just wants his money." She stepped closer to Vanessa, holding the woman's gaze. "The difference between me and you? I didn't have to trap him. He chose me." Idrirt room had gone completely silent. Damien pulled her against him, and when she looked up, the expression on his face was incandescent. Proud, fierce, and something else she couldn't name. "Excuse us," he said to Vanessa, his voice cold enough to freeze blood. "My wife and I have better things to do than listen to you embarrass yourself." He led Isla off the dance floor, through the crowd that parted for them like water, out into a quiet corridor lined with ancient artifacts. As soon as they were alone, he spun her to face him, his hands cupping her face. "That was—" He shook his head, laughing breathlessly. "Isla, that was incredible. I'm sorry. I know I wasn't supposed to make a scene." "Are you kidding? You were perfect." His thumbs stroked her cheekbones, and his eyes were blazing. "You defended me. Defended us. Like it was real." "It is real," she said, and meant it. "Maybe not the marriage, but the respect, the friendship, that's real. And I wasn't going to let her tear you down." He stared at her, and something in his expression shifted, became intense, hungry. "Damien?" she whispered. He leaned in, and for one heart-stopping moment, she thought he was going to kiss her. Really kiss her, not the chaste peck on the cheek from their wedding, but something real, something that would break every rule they'd agreed to. But at the last second, he pulled back, dropping his hands. "We should go home," he said roughly. "I think we've made enough of an impression for one night." She was falling for Damien Cross, the man paying her to be his fake wife, the man with secrets locked behind a forbidden door, the man who looked at her like she was the answer to a question he'd been asking for a decade. And God help her, she had no idea how to stop. The next morning, Isla woke to find an envelope slipped under her door. Inside was a key old ornate, heavy in her palm, and a note in Damien's sharp handwriting. "The third floor, Tuesday night, 11 p.m. I'll be waiting to show you what I've been hiding. But only if you want to know. Only if you're ready for everything to change." Disla stared at the key, her heart in her throat. He was offering her the truth, the secrets he'd kept, locked away, the reason he'd chosen her. But she knew, with bone-deep certainty, that climbing those stairs would shatter the careful distance they'd maintained, would make this arrangement real in ways neither of them could take back. She should refuse. Should slide the key back under his door with a note saying she didn't need to know, that they should keep their boundaries intact. But even as she thought it, she knew she wouldn't, because she was tired of walls and secrets and pretending she didn't. Care. Because she needed to understand why he looked at her like she was a ghost come back to life. Because somewhere between the contract and the chaos, between the lies and the laughter, she'd stopped playing a role and started living a truth she hadn't asked for. She closed her fingers around the key. Tuesday night, 11 p.m. 4 days to prepare for everything to change. The 4 days between the key and Tuesday night felt like an eternity compressed into hours. Isla carried the key everywhere, in her pocket, her purse, tucked into her palm when she couldn't sleep. The weight of it was constant, a reminder of the choice she'd made and the answers waiting for her on the third floor. Damien, for his part, became a ghost in his own penthouse. She'd see him in glimpses leaving before dawn with his suit jacket over his arm, returning after midnight with exhaustion carved into his face. Once, she woke at 3 a.m. and found him standing at the living room window, staring out at the city like he was searching for something in the darkness. She'd almost gone to him, almost asked if he was okay, but fear of what, she wasn't sure, had kept her frozen in the hallway. The next morning, there'd been fresh coffee waiting for her and a note. Sorry if I woke you. Sleep well. He knew she'd been there, watching him, and instead of confronting her, he'd apologized. The man was going to destroy her. She could feel it coming like a storm on the horizon, inevitable and catastrophic. Monday, Juliet took her shopping for a fundraising dinner scheduled for Friday. They ended up in a boutique in Soho, surrounded by dresses that cost more than Isla's entire college wardrobe. You're distracted, Juliet observed, holding up a navy gown for Isla's inspection. Everything okay? Fine. Just tired. Liar. Juliet set down the dress and studied Isla with those sharp, knowing eyes. What did Damien do? Nothing. Why would you assume, because I've worked for him for 5 years, and I've never seen him like this? Distracted, unfocused. He missed a board meeting yesterday. Do you know how unprecedented that is? The man once gave a presentation on quarterly earnings with a 103-degree fever because he refused to reschedule. She crossed her arms. So either you did something, or he did something, or you both did something. Which is it? Isla bit her lip. He gave me a key. Juliet went very still. To what? The third floor. For a long moment, Juliet just stared at her. Then she sank onto the boutique's velvet settee like her legs had given out. Holy shit, she breathed. Is that bad? Bad. Isla, that room has been locked for 2 years. I've worked for Damien since before his father died, and I've never been allowed up there. No one has. Not his housekeeper, not his friends, if he even has friends anymore. Not anyone. She looked up, her expression serious. If he's giving you access to that room, it means whatever is up there is connected to you. Personally, Isla's stomach dropped. What do you think is in there? I have theories. None of them I'm comfortable sharing because they're his story to tell. Juliet stood, straightening her suit. But Isla, be careful. Whatever you find on that third floor is going to change things between you. And once you know, you can't unknow it. You can't go back to pretending this is just business. Maybe I don't want to pretend anymore. Then you're in trouble. Juliet's voice was kind but firm, because falling for Damien Cross is like falling off a cliff, exhilarating until you hit the ground. Sounds like you're speaking from experience. Not me, but I've watched it happen to others. She picked up the navy dress again. This one. It makes you look strong, You're going to need that strength for whatever comes next. Tuesday arrived with the kind of inevitability that made Isla feel like she was standing on train tracks, watching the headlight approach. She spent the day trying to distract herself, called her mother, who sounded better than she had in months. The new treatment was working miracles. Reorganized her closet, which definitely didn't need reorganizing, started and abandoned 3 different books. At 6 p.m., Damien came home. She heard his key in the lock, heard him set down his briefcase. In the foyer, heard his footsteps approaching the kitchen, where she was pretending to be absorbed in making dinner. "Hi," he said from the doorway. She turned. He looked exhausted shadows under his eyes, hair disheveled like he'd been running his hands through it all day. But when his gaze met hers, there was something raw in it. Vulnerable. Afraid. "Hi," she said softly. "You got the key. I got the key. And you're still here. Where else would I be?" He moved into the kitchen, stopping on the other side of the island. Close, but maintaining distance. "I thought you might leave. Pack your things and go." "It would be the smart thing to do." "Since when have I been smart?" A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "Fair point." He ran a hand through his hair. "Isla, before tonight, before I show you, I need you to understand something." "What's up there?" "It's going to seem insane. It's going to frighten you, maybe. Make you question everything. Are you trying to talk me out of this?" "I'm trying to give you an out. Because once you walk up those stairs, once you see what I've been hiding, there's no going back. Not for either of us." Isla set down the knife she'd been using to chop vegetables, wiped her hands on a dish towel, crossed around the island until she was standing directly in front of him. "Damien, for the last 2 weeks, I've been pretending I don't care about you. Pretending this is just a job, just a transaction. But I'm tired of pretending." She took a breath. "I want to know. I want to understand why you chose me. Why you look at me like I'm a puzzle you're trying to solve. I want to know what's behind that door." His hand came up, hesitated, then cupped her cheek. His palm was warm, slightly rough, and she leaned into the touch before she could stop herself. "You're braver than I deserve," he whispered. "Or stupider." "Never stupid." His thumb traced her cheekbone. "Reckless, maybe, but never stupid." They stood like that for a long moment, his hand on her face, her eyes locked on his. The air between them felt heavy, charged with possibility and danger. Then he dropped his hand and stepped back. 11 p.m., he said. "Meet me at the stairs." At 10:57 p.m., Isla stood at the end of the hallway, staring at the staircase she'd been forbidden to climb. It was narrower than the main stairs, almost hidden you wouldn't notice it unless you were looking. The walls were dark wood, the steps carpeted in deep burgundy. At the top, a door stood, closed, locked. Her hand closed around the key in her pocket. "You came?" She turned to find Damien behind her, wearing jeans and a gray Henley. "No armor tonight, just the man beneath the CEO mask." "Did you think I wouldn't?" "I hoped you would. I was terrified you would." He moved beside her, his shoulder brushing hers. "Isla, last chance. We can go back downstairs, watch a movie. Pretend I never gave you that key. You can finish out the contract, take your money, and walk away without ever knowing. But you'd still know. You'd still be carrying whatever's up there alone." His jaw clenched. "I've been carrying it alone for 10 years. I'm used to the weight." "That doesn't mean you should." He looked at her for a long moment, and she saw the war happening behind his eyes. The urge to protect her from the truth fighting against the desperate need to share it with someone. With her. Finally, he held out his hand. "Then, let's go." She took his hand, and together they climbed the stairs. At the top, Isla slipped the key into the lock. It turned with a heavy click that sounded like fate. The door swung open, and Isla's world tilted sideways. The room beyond wasn't an office or a bedroom or any normal space. It was a shrine. The walls were covered floor to ceiling, every available inch with photographs. Hundreds of them. Maybe thousands. All of the same girl. No, not a girl. A young woman. Teenager to early 20s. Captured in what looked like candid moments across years. Walking through Central Park. Laughing at an outdoor cafe. Sitting on library steps with a book. Graduation. Photos in a blue cap and gown. Dancing at what looked like a club. Hands raised, joy radiating from her face. And every single photo could have been of Isla. The girl had her dark hair, her olive skin, her smile. The same curve of her jaw, the same tilt of her head when she laughed. Not identical, there were differences if you looked closely, subtle variations in features, but close enough to be sisters, close enough to be mirror images. "Oh my God," Isla whispered. Damien's hand tightened on hers. His voice, when he spoke, was rough with barely contained emotion. Her name was Lucia Torres. She was 23 years old when she died. Isla's legs felt weak. She moved deeper into the room, pulling Damien with her, unable to look away from the photographs. There were other things, too, newspaper clippings tacked to a corkboard, handwritten notes, a college sweatshirt pinned to the wall. On a desk in the corner sat a laptop, closed, and stacks of files with dates written on the tabs. How did she die? Isla's voice didn't sound like her own. A drunk driver hit her car on the FDR Drive, killed her instantly. Damien let go of her hand and moved to the desk, his fingers trailing across the closed laptop. December 17th, 10. Years ago, she was on her way to meet me, to tell me— His voice broke. To tell me she was pregnant. Isla spun to face him. What? I was 21. She was 23. We'd been together for 2 years, kept it secret because my father would have disapproved she was nobody. Just a girl from the Bronx working 2 jobs to pay for community college. But I loved her. The words came out jagged, like they were cutting him. God, I loved her so much it terrified me. And when she called that night, said she needed to see me, that she had something important to tell me, I knew. Somehow I knew what she was going to say. He turned to face Isla, and there were tears on his face. Actual tears, tracking down his cheeks unchecked. I panicked, he continued. I was 21 years old, about to take over my father's company, and the girl I loved was pregnant. So I did the worst thing I could do. I told her not to come. I told her we needed to talk later, that I needed time to think. She was crying, begging me to let her come over, and I said no. His voice dropped to a whisper. So she drove home instead, and a drunk driver ran a red light at the 96th Street exit. The police said she died before the ambulance arrived. And when they called me, when they told me, I found out about the pregnancy from the medical examiner's report. Isla's chest felt tight, like she couldn't breathe. Damien, I killed her. He said it flatly, like it was a fact he'd accepted. Maybe not directly, but if I'd let her come, over that night, if I'd been brave instead of afraid, she'd still be alive. The baby, our baby, would be 9 years old now. And instead, they're both gone. Because I was a coward. He moved to the wall, pressing his palm against one of the photographs, Lucia laughing, her head thrown back, joy incarnate. After she died, I became obsessed. I collected every photo I could find of her, tracked down people who knew her, got their pictures. I hired investigators to piece together her life, every moment I'd missed, every smile I hadn't been there to see. He gestured at the room. This is 10 years of obsession, 10 years of trying to bring her back by preserving every trace of her existence. Isla's mind was reeling. And when you saw my photo, I thought I was losing my mind. He turned to face her, his eyes red-rimmed. The resemblance is uncanny, not exact, but close enough that for a split second, when I first saw your file, I thought, I don't even know what I thought, that she'd somehow come back, that the universe was giving me a second chance? So you hired me because I look like her. Isla's voice was hollow. I'm not me to you. I'm just a replacement, a do-over. No. He crossed to her in 3 strides, his hands gripping her shoulders. No, Isla. That's not God. That's not what this is. Yes, the resemblance is why I noticed your file, but it's not why I chose you. It's not why I can't stop thinking about you, why I can barely breathe when you're in the same room, why the idea of you walking away in 4 months feels like dying all over again. Then what is it? Because you're nothing like her. The words burst out of him raw and desperate. Lucia was sweet and soft and gentle. She never challenged me, never pushed back. She loved me in a way that was easy, comfortable. But you? You're fire. You're fierce and stubborn. And you call me out on my bullshit. You defended me to Vanessa like you were going to war. You look at me like you see past all the money and the power to the broken thing underneath. And you don't run away. His grip on her shoulders tightened. You're not her. You could never be her. And that's why I'm falling for you instead of her ghost. Because you're Isla. And Isla is everything I didn't know I needed. The confession hung in the air between them, enormous and terrifying. Isla's heart was hammering so hard she thought it might break through her ribs. You can't fall for me. That's rule number 1. Fuck rule number 1. His voice was rough. Fuck all the rules. Isla, I've spent 10 years punishing myself for what happened to Lucia. 10 years alone in this mausoleum I built to her memory. And then you walked into my office, desperate and brave, and so goddamn beautiful. It hurt to look at you, and for the first time since she died, I felt something other than guilt. What did you feel? Hope. The word came out broken. I felt hope, and it terrified me so much I built those rules like walls to keep you out. No emotional attachment. Keep it business. Maintain distance. But it didn't work. You got past every wall I built, and now I don't know how to protect either of us from what's happening. Isla's eyes were stinging. What is happening? I'm in love with you. He said it simply, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. I'm in love with you, and I have no right to be. And I know this is going to complicate everything, but I can't keep lying. Not anymore. Not when you're standing in this room, surrounded by my ghosts, looking at me like I'm not a monster. You're not a monster. Isla's voice was fierce. You were a scared kid who made a mistake. A terrible, tragic mistake. But you didn't kill her, Damien. A drunk driver killed her. And you've spent 10 years destroying yourself for something that wasn't your fault. How can you say that? How can you look at all of this? He gestured wildly at the photographs, the obsession made manifest. And not see how broken I am? Because broken isn't the same as unfixable. She reached up, cupping his face the way he'd cupped hers earlier. And yes, this room is disturbing. Yes, this level of obsession is unhealthy. But it's also proof that you know how to love someone completely. You loved her so much you couldn't let her go. That's not monstrous. That's human. Isla, I'm falling for you too. The words tumbled out before she could stop them. I've been trying not to. I've been following the rules, keeping my distance, reminding myself this is temporary. But somewhere, between the fake smiles and the real conversations, between the coffee in the morning and the way you look at me like I matter, I fell, and I don't know how to unfeel it. For a moment, they just stared at each other, both breathing hard, the weight of their confessions settling around them like snow. Then Damien pulled her against him, and she went willingly, wrapping her arms around his waist and burying her face in his chest. He smelled like cedar and coffee, and something uniquely him, and she breathed it in like oxygen. "What do we do?" she whispered against his shirt. "I don't know." His hand stroked through her hair. "The contract says if we break Rule 1, we can terminate early. You'd get prorated compensation. We could end this now, before it gets worse. Is that what you want?" "God, no." His arms tightened around her. "I want to keep you. I want to wake up to you every morning and fall asleep with you every night and spend the next 50 years learning everything there is to know about you. But I don't know if I have that right, if I'm even capable of being what you need." Isla pulled back just enough to look up at him. His face was open, vulnerable, terrified. This was Damien without armor, without walls, and he was beautiful in his brokenness. "What if we tried?" she said. "What if we kept going, but made it real? No more pretending, no more rules, just us, figuring it out together. The contract, screw the contract. We'll write a new one. One where we're honest about what this is becoming. And if it falls apart, if I fail you the way I failed her, then we'll survive it. Together." She pressed her hand over his heart, feeling it thunder beneath her palm. "But Damien, you can't keep living in this room. You can't keep punishing yourself for a tragedy that wasn't your fault. Lucia is gone, and I'm so sorry for what you lost. But I'm here. I'm alive. And I'm choosing you. Ghosts and all." Something in his expression cracked wide open. And then he was kissing her. Not the chaste kiss from their wedding. Not almost. Kisses interrupted by fear. This was real, desperate, and deep and full of 10 years of loneliness and 2 weeks of wanting. His hands cupped her face, angling her head to deepen. The kiss, and she made a sound somewhere between a gasp and a moan. It was everything. It was too much. It was not nearly enough. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Damien pressed his forehead against hers. "I need to take this room apart," he said roughly. "I need to let her go. Really let her go. Can you help me?" "Yes," Isla whispered, "but not tonight. Tonight. Let's just be here. Together. No more secrets between us." So they sat on the floor of that shrine to dead love, surrounded by photographs and ghosts. And Damien told her everything. About Lucia, how they'd met at a bookstore, how she'd made him laugh, how she'd loved him despite his family's money instead of because of it. About the pregnancy he'd only learned about after she died. about the guilt that had eaten him alive for a decade. And Isla told him about her own ghosts, about watching her mother waste away, feeling helpless, about giving up medical school, giving up her dreams, giving up everything to be a caretaker, about the fiancé who'd left when things got hard, teaching her that love was conditional, that she wasn't worth staying for. They talked until 3 a.m., until they'd emptied themselves of secrets and pain. And when they finally went downstairs, Damien didn't go to his suite. He followed Isla to hers. "Can I stay?" he asked at her door. "Just to sleep. I don't want to be alone tonight." "Yes," she said, because she didn't want to be alone either. They lay in her bed, fully clothed, her head on his chest and his arms around her. And for the first time in 10 years, Damien slept without nightmares. For the first time in 3 years, so did Isla. Isla woke to sunlight and the unfamiliar weight of someone else in her bed. For a disorienting moment, she didn't remember where she was or why Damien Cross was curled around her like she was something precious. Then the previous night came flooding back the 3rd floor, the photographs, the confessions that had spilled out of both of them like blood from a wound. "I'm in love with you." He'd said it, out loud, and she'd said it back. Rule number 1, shattered into a million irreparable pieces. Damien was still asleep, his face pressed into her hair, one arm wrapped around her waist. In sleep, he looked younger, peaceful. The lines of tension that usually bracketed his mouth had smoothed out, and his breathing was deep and even. She should probably slip out of bed. Give him space. Pretend last night hadn't fundamentally altered the structure of their arrangement. But she couldn't bring herself to move, not when being held by him felt like the safest place she'd been in years. His eyes opened slowly, and for a moment he just looked at her. Then reality seemed to register, and something like panic flickered across his face. "I'm sorry," he said, immediately, starting to pull away. "I shouldn't have—" "Stop." Isla caught his hand. "Don't do that. Don't apologize for something we both wanted. Isla, last night I unloaded a decade of trauma on you, showed you a room full of photographs of a dead woman who looks like you, told you I'm in love with you when you're contractually obligated to live with me. That's not okay. That's human," she interrupted. "That's human, Damien. Messy and complicated. And real. And I don't regret it. Do you?" He stared at her for a long moment. "No," he finally admitted. "I don't regret it. But I'm terrified of what it means. Join the club." She laced their fingers together. "But we said we'd figure it out. Together. Remember?" "I remember." He brought their joined hands to his lips, pressing a kiss to her knuckles. "So what do we do now?" "Well, first, you're going to let me make you breakfast. Then we're going to talk about that room and what you need to do to move forward. And then—" She hesitated. "Then we're going to tell Juliet that the arrangement has changed." His eyebrows rose. "You want to tell Juliet?" "She already knows something's different. And if we're really doing this, if we're making this real, we can't keep lying to everyone, starting with the people closest to us." Damien was quiet for a moment, his thumb tracing patterns on the back of her hand. "There's a board meeting today, 3 p.m. They're going to ask about the marriage, want proof it's legitimate. If we tell them it started as a contract and became real, they'll question everything. Question you." Isla understood immediately. "But if we keep lying, if we pretend it was always real, then we're still trapped in the performance, still hiding what this is actually becoming." He sat up, running his free hand through his already messy hair. God, this is complicated. Love usually is. He looked at her sharply. Is that what this is? Love? Isla's heart was hammering, but she held his gaze. You said it first. I did. And I meant it. But Isla, you need to understand I'm not good at this. I haven't been in a real relationship since Lucia. I don't know how to be someone's partner without destroying them in the process. Then we'll learn together. She sat up beside him, their shoulders touching. Damien, I don't need you to be perfect. I need you to be honest. That's all. Honest. He laughed, but it was bitter. I've built my entire life on strategic deception. Honesty feels like walking around naked. Get used to it, because if we're doing this, if we're really trying, there are no more locked rooms between us, literally or figuratively. He turned to face her fully, and the intensity in his eyes made her breath catch. You're serious. You want to try this. Really try. I'm terrified, Isla admitted. But yes, I want to try. Even though in 3.5 months the contract ends, even though I brought you into this mess specifically because it had an expiration date, so we extend the contract, or we tear it up entirely. Damien, the paperwork doesn't matter. What matters is whether you want me to stay after the 6 months are up, whether this is real enough to build on. For a long moment, he just looked at her. Then he cupped her face in both hands and kissed her slowly, thoroughly, until she forgot why she'd ever thought they could keep this strictly business. When they finally broke apart, he pressed his forehead to hers. I want you to stay, he whispered, for longer than 6 months, for as long as you'll have me. But Isla, I need you to understand what you're signing up for. My world is brutal. The press will dig into your past. The board will scrutinize every aspect of our relationship. My father's colleagues will look for weaknesses to exploit. And if they find out this started as a business arrangement, then we make sure they never find out. Isla pulled back. The official story is that we fell in love at a company event. We got married quickly because we knew it was right. Everything else is nobody's business but ours. You're suggesting we keep lying. I'm suggesting we control the narrative. There's a difference. She stood, pulling him up with her. Now come on. I promised you breakfast, and you look like you haven't eaten a real meal in days. They cooked together like they had before, but everything felt different now. Charged. Every accidental touch sent sparks up Isla's arm. Every smile Damien gave her felt like a gift. The air between them hummed with new possibility and old fear. Juliet arrived at 9 a.m., tablet in hand and suspicion in her eyes. She took one look at them, Damien in yesterday's clothes, Isla in pajamas, both of them orbiting each other like magnets, and set down her tablet with a heavy sigh. You slept together. Not like that, Isla said quickly. We just slept in the same bed, fully clothed. Oh, well, that makes it so much better. Juliet's voice was dry as dust. Let me guess. He showed you the 3rd floor. Damien and Isla exchanged a glance. How did you... Damien started. Because I'm not blind, and I've been watching this train wreck coming for 2 weeks. Juliet poured herself a cup of coffee from the pot Isla had made. So, what now? Do we terminate the contract early? Stage a quickie divorce? Or are we doubling down on this disaster? Doubling down, Isla said firmly. We're making it real. Juliet closed her eyes. Of course you are. Because why would anything about this situation be simple? She opened her eyes and pinned Damien with a look. Does she know about the investigation? Damien went very still. Juliet, what investigation? Isla's stomach dropped. It's nothing, Damien said quickly. Just routine. It's not nothing. Juliet turned to Isla. 3 board members have hired a private investigator to dig into your background. They're looking for proof that this marriage is fraudulent. They want ammunition to challenge the will. The blood drained from Isla's face. They're investigating me. They're investigating both of you. Where you really met. Your financial records. Phone logs. They're trying to prove the marriage is fake so they can void the inheritance clause. Juliet looked at Damien. I found out yesterday. I was going to tell you this morning, but clearly you too had other priorities. Isla sank onto a bar stool, her mind racing. What will they find? The hospital payment? Damien said quietly. It was processed the day before our wedding. They'll see a massive financial transaction from me to Mercy General on your mother's behalf, and they'll put the pieces together. Can we explain it away? Isla asked desperately. Say you were being generous? That you offered to help when you found out about my mother? Maybe. If we're lucky. But they're going to interview people, hospital staff, your former co-workers, anyone who might know details about our arrangement. Damien's jaw clenched. If they find Margaret Rivers, if they get her to talk about the contract, she's bound by attorney-client privilege, Juliet interrupted. She won't talk. But the investigator doesn't need her to. All they need is proof that you two barely knew each other before the wedding, that the timeline doesn't make sense, that your story about meeting at a company event 6 months ago is fiction. Isla's hands were shaking. So, what do we do? We make them believe it's real. Damien's voice had gone hard, strategic. The CEO was back, armor clicking into place. We give them a love story, so convincing they have no choice but to accept it. How? Isla asked. How do we prove something that just became real last night? By making sure the last 3.5 months are so publicly, obviously genuine that any questions about the beginning become irrelevant. Damien started pacing, his mind clearly working through possibilities. We need to be seen together, constantly. Not just at galas and formal events, but doing normal couple things. Coffee shops, parks. We need friends and colleagues to see us together and believe we're in love. We are in love, Isla said quietly. He stopped pacing and looked at her. I know, but we need everyone else to believe it too. Completely. Without question. Juliet was watching them both with an expression Isla couldn't quite read. You realize what you're suggesting is exhausting, right? You'll have to perform your relationship 24/7. No privacy, no downtime. And even then, if the investigator is good, and I'm sure they hired the best, they might still find something. Then we make sure there's nothing to find. Damien pulled out his phone. I'm calling Margaret Rivers. We need to know if there's any paper trail that could expose the original arrangement. Bank records, email chains, anything. While Damien stepped away to make the call, Juliet moved closer to Isla. Are you okay? She asked quietly. I don't know. Isla's voice was small. 12 hours ago, I thought I understood what was happening. Now, everything's falling apart. Or coming together. Juliet's expression softened. Isla, I've worked for Damien for 5 years. I've seen him ruthless, brilliant, cold, strategic, every version of him that makes him successful. But I've never seen him happy. Not until you. He's not happy. He's stressed. He's stressed because he's finally found something he cares about more than his company. That's different. She squeezed Isla's hand. Whatever happens with the investigation, whatever the board tries to do, don't let them make you doubt what's real between you two. I saw the way he looked at you just now. That's not performance. That's love. Damien returned, his face grim. Margaret says the original contract is sealed under attorney-client privilege, and she's destroyed all copies, per our agreement. But the bank transfer for your mother's care is public record, if they dig deep enough. We need to get ahead of it. How? Isla asked. We tell a version of the truth. He sat down beside her, taking her hand. We say, I offered to help with your mother's medical bills when I found out about her condition. That it wasn't payment for services, it was a gift from someone falling in love with you who wanted to ease your burden. We frame it as romantic, not transactional. Will they believe that? If we sell it right, yes. Billionaires do extravagant things for the people they care about. It's not unprecedented. He looked at Juliet. We need character witnesses, people who can vouch for our relationship. Can you reach out to Catherine Lindstrom? She was at the gala. She saw us together. Already on it. Juliet was typing on her tablet. I'll also talk to Isabelle Laurent. She dressed Isla for the gala, and she's notoriously good at reading people. If she says she believed in your relationship from day one, it'll carry weight. Isla's head was spinning. This is insane. We're building an entire constructed reality to protect a lie that just became true. Welcome to high-stakes corporate warfare. Damien's voice was bitter. This is what I was trying to protect you from. This is why I built those rules. And look how well that worked out. Isla turned to face him fully. Damien, we can't live our lives afraid of what people might find out. If they discover the truth about how this started, we'll deal with it. Together. But I'm not going to pretend I'm not in love with you just to make the optics easier. Something in his expression cracked. You're going to get hurt. They're going to tear into you, dig up every mistake you've ever made, question your motives. Let them. Isla's voice was fierce. I know why I'm here. I know what I feel. And I'm not going anywhere just because things got complicated. Juliet cleared her throat. As touching as this is, we have a board meeting in 6 hours, and Damien needs to be prepared. They're going to ask direct questions about the marriage. You need airtight answers. Damien nodded, but he didn't let go of Isla's hand. We'll prepare together. Both of us. If they want to question our relationship, they can question us both. Actually, that's not a terrible idea. Juliet looked thoughtful. If Isla attends the board meeting as your wife, if she handles their scrutiny with grace and confidence, it'll go a long way toward legitimizing the marriage. They can't claim it's fake if she's sitting right there, clearly in love with you. Absolutely not. Damien's voice was hard. I'm not throwing her to the wolves like that. The board will eviscerate her. I can handle it, Isla said quietly. No, Damien. She squeezed his hand. If we're really doing this, if we're really partners, then I don't hide while you fight battles alone. I stand beside you. That's what marriage is supposed to be, right? Real or fake or somewhere in between? He stared at her, conflict warring across his face. They're going to be brutal. These men don't play fair. Neither do I. She smiled, but there was steel underneath. I survived 3 years of watching my mother die slowly. I survived losing everything that mattered. I can survive some corporate assholes questioning my love life. Juliet actually laughed. Oh, I like her. Damien, you're screwed. She's going to be running this company in 5 years. God, I hope so, Damien muttered. Then, louder, fine. But we prepare every possible question they could ask. And if at any point it becomes too much, you leave. No arguments. Deal. They spent the next 4 hours in Damien's home office, a space Isla had never been allowed to enter before, but which now felt less like forbidden territory and more like shared ground. Juliet grilled them with increasingly invasive questions, while Damien and Isla crafted answers that were truthful enough to be believable, but strategic enough to protect them. When did you fall in love with her? The moment she walked into my office. She had this fierce look in her eyes, like she was ready to fight the world for someone she loved. I'd never seen anything like it. Why the rush to get married? When you know, you know. I'd spent years being cautious, strategic, planning every aspect of my life. With Isla, I didn't want to wait. I wanted to build a life with her immediately. What about her financial situation? Some might say she married you for your money. Isla had no interest in my money. She could barely stand to accept my help with her mother's medical bills. I had to convince her that people who love each other support each other through difficult times. That's what partners do. By the time they finished, Isla's head was pounding, and she'd memorized responses to questions she'd never imagined being asked. But she also felt ready, armored, like she could walk into that boardroom and face whatever they threw at her. At 2:30 p.m., they got dressed. Damien in a charcoal suit that made him look like he could buy and sell countries. Isla in a tailored navy dress that Juliet had rushed over from Isabel's boutique, conservative but confident. The kind of dress that said, I belong here. In the horror car on the way to Cross Global, Damien held her hand so tightly it almost hurt. You don't have to do this, he said for the 10th time. Yes, I do. Isla turned to look at him. Damien, I meant what I said. We're partners. That means I don't let you face your demons alone. Even when those demons wear suits and have law degrees? Especially then. She leaned in and kissed him softly. Besides, I have a secret weapon. Which is? The truth. We're in love. Actually, genuinely in love. And no amount of investigation or interrogation can fake that. They'll see it. They'll have to believe it. His expression softened. When did you become so wise? About 5 minutes ago. I'm winging this as much as you are. He laughed, and some of the tension left his shoulders. We're a mess. The best kind of mess. She squeezed his hand. Now, let's go convince a room full of rich old men that we're madly in love. Isla? Yeah? We don't have to convince them of anything. We are madly in love. That's the scariest part. The car pulled up to Cross Global, and Isla took a deep breath. Show time. The boardroom was exactly what Isla had imagined, all dark wood and leather chairs, and walls lined with portraits of stern-faced men who'd built empires. Seated around the massive conference table were 8 people, mostly men in expensive suits, all of whom turned to stare when Damien entered with Isla at his side. Gentlemen, Damien said smoothly, his hand firm on Isla's back. I'd like you to meet my wife, Isla. Isla, this is the board of directors. The introductions were a blur of names and handshakes and assessing gazes. Isla smiled and met each person's eyes, refusing to be intimidated. These people might have power, but she'd faced worse. She'd watched her mother fight for her life. This was nothing. Mrs. Cross, said a man at the head of the table, gray-haired, cold-eyed, wearing a smile that didn't reach past his teeth. What a surprise! We weren't expecting you to join us today. I hope you don't mind, Isla said pleasantly. Damien mentioned, the board had questions about our marriage. I thought it might be easier to address them directly, rather than through second-hand accounts. How transparent of you. The man's smile sharpened. I'm Thomas Whitmore, chairman of the board. And you're absolutely right. We do have questions. Please, sit. Damien pulled out a chair for Isla before taking his own seat beside her. Under the table, his hand found hers, a silent anchor. Thomas leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. Mrs. Cross, forgive my directness, but this board has a fiduciary responsibility to ensure the company's leadership is stable and legitimate. Your marriage to Damien was quite sudden. Some might say suspiciously timed, given the terms of James Cross's will. You're wondering if I married Damien for his money, Isla said bluntly. A few board members shifted uncomfortably. Thomas's smile widened. Those are your words, not mine. But that's the question, isn't it? Isla leaned forward, her voice steady. You want to know if this marriage is real, or if I'm some gold digger who trapped your CEO. So, let me answer. Clearly, I didn't even want his money. When Damien first offered to help with my mother's medical bills, I refused. Twice. I told him I didn't need charity from a man I barely knew. And yet, you accepted eventually. Another board member interjected, a woman this time, sharp-eyed and calculating. I did, because my mother was dying, and pride doesn't save lives. But I accepted it as a loan, with terms to pay him back. It was Damien who insisted on making it a gift, who told me that people who care about each other don't keep score. How convenient, Thomas said dryly. A man with unlimited resources swooping in to save a desperate woman. Quite the romantic story. Isla's temper flared. You know what? You're right. It is convenient. It's also true. I was desperate. My mother had weeks to live without treatment I couldn't afford. And Damien? She turned to look at him, and she didn't have to fake the emotion in her voice. Damien saw me at my absolute lowest point and didn't look away. He didn't judge me for being poor or struggling or scared. He just helped. And somewhere in the middle of that mess, I fell in love with him. She turned back to the board. So, yes, the timing was fast. Yes, the circumstances were unusual. But love doesn't wait for convenient moments. It doesn't care about optics or inheritance clauses or what a board of directors thinks is appropriate. It just is. The room was silent. Isla could feel Damien's eyes on her, but she kept her gaze locked on Thomas. That's a beautiful speech, Thomas said finally. But speeches don't prove legitimacy. We've hired investigators to examine the timeline of your relationship, and from what they've found, you and Damien barely knew each other before the wedding. That's because we kept our relationship private, Damien interjected. Isla worked for one of our subsidiaries. I didn't want anyone to think I was abusing my position of power by pursuing her publicly. How noble. The sarcasm in Thomas's voice was thick. And the fact that you married within weeks of your 32nd birthday deadline is pure coincidence? The deadline gave me clarity, Damien said coldly. I'd spent years avoiding commitment because I was afraid of making the wrong choice. Knowing I had a hard deadline forced me to stop being a coward and commit to the woman I loved. Again, very convenient. Thomas pulled out a folder and slid it across the table. Perhaps you can explain these then. Isla's heart sank as she saw the bank records, the payment to Mercy General, highlighted in yellow, dated the day before their wedding. That's the payment for Mrs. Moretti's treatment, Thomas said. Processed the day before your wedding. Some might say it looks less like a gift of love and more like a transaction. Some might say you're looking for problems where none exist, Isla shot back. That payment went through when it did, because my mother's treatment couldn't wait. The timing had nothing to do with the wedding, didn't it? Thomas leaned forward. Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like Damien bought himself a wife, paid off her debts, married her quickly to fulfill his father's will, and now we're all supposed to believe it's a love match. Believe whatever you want. Isla stood, her chair scraping loudly against the floor. I don't owe you proof of my feelings. I don't owe you explanations about when and how I fell in love with my husband. The only person I owe anything to is Damien, and I know what's real between us. She looked down at Damien, and the love she felt for him surged through her chest, painful and true. You want to challenge the will? Go ahead. You want to investigate our marriage? Waste your time and money. But at the end of the day, I'm his wife. Legally, emotionally, completely. And nothing you say or find or insinuate is going to change that. Damien stood beside her, his hand finding hers. The board can question my leadership. You can vote no confidence if you think I'm unfit to run this company. But you don't get to question my marriage. That's not your domain. Everything is our domain when it affects the company's stability, Thomas countered. Then here's some stability for you. Damien's voice was ice. My wife and I will be married long after the 6-month requirement. In fact, we've decided to renew our vows at the 1-year mark with a full ceremony. Friends, family, the press. We're building a life together, and your investigation isn't going to find anything to contradict that because there's nothing to find. It was a lie. Or maybe not a lie anymore. Isla squeezed his hand, silently supporting the gambit. Thomas's eyes narrowed. We'll see. The investigation is ongoing. If they find evidence of fraud, they won't. Isla's voice was firm. Because there is none. Now, if you'll excuse us, my husband and I have better things to do than sit here being insulted. She turned and walked toward the door, Damien at her side. Behind them, she could hear murmuring, but she didn't look back. In the elevator, Damien pulled her into his arms and held her so tightly she could barely breathe. You were incredible, he whispered into her hair. Absolutely incredible. I was terrified. You didn't show it. You stood up to Thomas Whitmore, and that man eats CEOs for breakfast. He pissed me off. Nobody gets to question whether we're real. She pulled back to look at him. Damien, did you mean what you said about renewing vows at 1 year? I meant it. If you'll still have me by then. That's a long time from now. A lot could happen. I know. He cupped her face, his thumbs stroking her cheekbones. But Isla, I meant what I said in that room, and what I said last night. I want this to be real. I want you to stay. Not because of a contract, not because of an inheritance, but because you want to build a life with me. I do want that. The words came out like a vow. I'm terrified of it, but I want it. He kissed her then, soft and sweet and full of promise. And Isla let herself believe, just for a moment, that maybe they could make this work. That maybe love could survive the mess they'd created. But in the back of her mind, a small voice whispered a warning. The investigation isn't over. And when people like Thomas Whitmore want something, they don't stop until they get it. The next 2 weeks were a masterclass in performing authenticity. Isla and Damien were everywhere photographed at coffee shops in Soho, walking hand in hand. Through Central Park, sharing gelato in the West Village. They attended a Broadway show where paparazzi caught them kissing during intermission. They had dinner at restaurants where they knew they'd be seen, laughing over wine, his hand always finding hers across the table. The strange part? None of it felt like performance anymore. When Damien laughed at her jokes, it was real. When she leaned into him on their evening walks, seeking his warmth, it was instinct. When they came home exhausted from being on all day and collapsed on the couch together, that intimacy was genuine. They'd moved past the careful distance of separate bedrooms. Now, most nights, Isla fell asleep in Damien's arms, his heartbeat steady beneath her ear. They hadn't had sex, both of them too aware that crossing that line would make everything even more complicated, but the emotional intimacy was just as powerful. Maybe more so. He told her things in the dark, about his father's impossible expectations, about the pressure of inheriting an empire at 29, about the loneliness of being surrounded by people who wanted things from you but never actually saw you. She told him about medical school dreams that felt further away every day, about the guilt of resenting her mother's illness even while loving her desperately, about her ex-fiancé who'd left with the words, "I signed up for a wife, not a hospice nurse." They were learning each other, the real versions, not the polished ones they showed the world. But the investigation loomed over everything like a storm cloud. Juliet kept them updated. The private investigator was thorough, interviewing former co-workers, neighbors, even the barista at Isla's old coffee shop. They were building a timeline, looking for inconsistencies, gaps where the official story didn't quite align with reality. "They talked to your old landlord," Juliet reported one morning, tablet in hand as she briefed them over breakfast. Asked about when you moved out, whether Damien ever visited the apartment. Isla's stomach clenched. "He never did. We kept everything separate until after the wedding." "Which fits the story about keeping the relationship private," Damien said. "That's actually in our favor." "Maybe." Juliet didn't look convinced. "But they're also digging into your mother's medical records, trying to establish exactly when the payment was made versus when you two supposedly started dating." "Can they access medical records?" Isla asked. "Not legally without permission. But there are ways around it. Hospital billing departments have loose lips if you know who to ask. And this investigator is good. Former FBI. Damien's jaw tightened. "Thomas isn't playing around." "No, he's not. He wants you out, Damien. He's wanted control of this company since your father died. This is his best chance." Juliet set down her tablet. "You need to be prepared for the possibility that they'll find something. Some small detail that contradicts your story. And when they do, you need to have a response ready." "What kind of detail?" Isla's voice was small. "I don't know. That's the problem. It could be anything, a credit card statement showing you weren't where you said you were on a particular date, a text message that doesn't fit the timeline, security footage from Cross Global showing you didn't attend the company event where you supposedly met." Juliet's expression was serious. "You've built a good story. But stories have cracks, and they're looking for every single one." After Juliet left, Isla stood at the Kit Carl window, staring out at the city, and feeling the weight of it all pressing down on her chest. "Hey." Damien's arms wrapped around her from behind, his chin resting on her shoulder. "Talk to me." "I'm scared," she admitted. "What if they find something we missed? What if this all falls apart? Then we deal with it. Together." He turned her to face him. "Isla, worst-case scenario, they prove the marriage started as a contract. I lose controlling interest in the company. The board takes over. It's not the end of the world. It's your father's legacy. It's a company. You're my life." He cupped her face. "If it comes down to choosing between Cross Global and you, I choose you. Every time." "You can't mean that." Why not? My father built that company by sacrificing everything: his health, his relationships, his happiness. He died at 62 of a stress-induced heart attack, alone in his office at midnight. Is that really a legacy worth preserving? Isla had never heard him talk about his father this way. You resented him. I loved him, and I resented him. Both can be true. Damien's thumb traced her lower lip. He taught me that success meant isolation, that trusting people made you weak, that love was a liability. And I believed him for so long that I let Lucia die thinking I didn't want her. His voice cracked on the name, and Isla's heart broke for him. You didn't let her die. An accident. I know, rationally I know that. But knowing and feeling are different things. He pulled her close, burying his face in her hair. The point is, I spent a decade living the life my father wanted, building his empire, proving I was worthy of his name. And I was miserable. Then you walked into my office, and for the first time, I wanted something more than success. I wanted connection. I wanted you, Damien. So if Thomas Whitmore and his investigation expose the truth, if I lose the company, at least I'll still have what matters. At least I'll have you. Isla pulled back to look at him. You really mean that? I really mean that. He smiled, but it was tinged with sadness. Though I'd prefer not to lose the company if we can avoid it. I have plans for Cross Global that don't involve Thomas turning it into a soulless profit machine. Then we fight. We make sure they can't find anything that contradicts our story. And if they already have? Isla squared her shoulders. Then we adapt, we explain, we make them see that what started as necessity became real. That's not fraud, that's life. He kissed her forehead. How did I get so lucky? You made me a morally questionable business proposition. That's not luck. That's strategy. He laughed, and the sound loosened something in Isla's chest. This, the teasing, the honesty, the way they could find humor even in crisis, this was real. Whatever happened with the investigation, whatever the board decided, she knew that much was true. The call came 3 days later. Isla was at the hospice center, visiting her mother, when her phone buzzed. Juliet's name flashed on the screen. They found something, Juliet said without preamble. The investigator delivered his report to Thomas this morning. There's going to be an emergency board meeting tomorrow at 10 a.m. They're calling for a vote of no confidence. Isla's blood ran cold. What did they find? I don't know yet. Thomas is keeping it close, but Damien needs to be prepared for anything. Juliet's voice was tight with worry. Where are you? With my mother. I'll head back now. No, stay with her. Damien's already at the office doing damage control. But Isla? Tomorrow, you need to be there. At the meeting. Whatever they found, whatever they're planning to use against you, you need to face it head on. I will. Isla's hands were shaking. Juliet, how bad is this? I don't know. But Thomas looked pleased when he left the building this morning. That's never a good sign. After they hung up, Isla sat in her mother's room, watching her sleep and trying to calm the panic clawing at her throat. Baby? Her mother's eyes fluttered open. You look upset. What's wrong? Nothing, Mama. Just work stuff. Liar. Her mother's voice was weak but sharp. You've got that look you used to get before big exams. Scared, but trying to hide it. She reached out, and Isla took her hand. What's really going on? Isla hesitated, then decided her mother deserved the truth, or at least a version of it. Remember how I told you I got married? To Damien? The man paying for all this. Her mother gestured vaguely at the medical equipment. I remember. You said it was complicated. It's more complicated than I explained. We got married quickly, too quickly, some people think. And now his company's board is investigating us. They think, she swallowed hard, they think I married him for money, that it's not real. Her mother was quiet for a long moment. Is it real? Yes. The word came out fierce. It started out as something else, something practical. But it became real. Mama, I love him. Actually, love him. And if they take his company away because of me, then he'll survive it. And so will you. Her mother squeezed Isla's hand with surprising strength. Baby, I didn't raise you to apologize for surviving. If marrying this man saved my life and his company, that's not something to be ashamed of. That's two people helping each other when they needed it most. But we lied. To everyone. So, people lie all the time on their taxes, on their resumes, about why they're late for dinner. You think half the marriages in this country started with complete honesty? Her mother smiled. What matters is whether you're building something true now. Are you? I think so. I hope so. Then fight for it. Don't let some board of rich men decide what your love is worth. Her mother's eyes were fierce, despite her frailty. And Isla, thank you for doing whatever you had to do to save me. I know it wasn't easy. Isla's eyes stung. You're my mother. There was never a choice. There's always a choice. You chose love over pride. That's nothing to be ashamed of. That night, Isla came home to find Damien standing on the terrace, staring out at the city lights. He'd loosened his tie and rolled up his sleeves, and he looked exhausted. Juliet called me, Isla said, sliding the door open and joining him in the cold November air. I figured. He didn't turn around. They found something. I don't know what yet, but Thomas was too smug today. He thinks he's won. Maybe he has. No, Damien's voice was hard. He hasn't won until I surrender. And I'm not surrendering. Not my company, not you, not any of it. Isla moved to stand beside him, close enough that their arms brushed. What if what they found is bad? What if there's no way to explain it? Then we tell the truth. He turned to face her, and his eyes were determined. The whole truth. Yes, we started as a contract. Yes, I paid your mother's medical bills as part of the arrangement. But it became real. We fell in love. And if they can't accept that people are complicated, that relationships evolve, then I don't want to run a company full of people so rigid they can't understand nuance. That's very noble. Also possibly financially catastrophic. He smiled slightly. I've been rich. I've been successful. I've checked all the boxes my father said would make me happy. And you know what? I was miserable until you. So if I have to choose between the company and you, between legacy and love. He pulled her into his arms. I choose love. Every single time. Isla pressed her face against his chest, breathing him in. I'm terrified. Me too. His hand stroked through her hair. But at least we're terrified together. They stood like that for a long time, holding each other against the cold and the fear and the uncertainty. And when they finally went inside, they didn't talk about tomorrow. They didn't strategize or plan or prepare. They just climbed into bed together, wrapped around each other like they could protect each other from whatever was coming. Isla? Damien's voice was soft in the darkness. Yeah? No matter what happens, tomorrow. No matter what they say or do, I want you to know something. What? Choosing you was the best decision I ever made. Contract or not, investigation or not, I'd do it all again, exactly the same way. Isla's throat was tight. Even if you lose everything? You're not everything. You're the only thing that matters. She kissed him then, slow and deep and full of everything she couldn't say. And when they finally broke apart, she whispered against his lips, I love you. Whatever happens tomorrow, I love you. I love you too. His arms tightened around her. Now get some sleep. We have a war to fight in the morning. But neither of them slept much that night. They lay awake, holding each other, watching the city lights fade as dawn approached. And when morning came, they dressed in their armor, Damien in his sharpest suit, Isla in a dress that made her look powerful and unbreakable, and prepared to face whatever truth the investigation had uncovered. Ready? Damien asked, as they stood in the elevator heading down to the car. Isla took his hand. No, but let's do it anyway. His fingers laced through hers. That's my girl. The elevator doors opened, and they stepped out together into whatever came next. The boardroom felt different this time. Isla noticed it the moment they walked in. The energy was predatory. The board members sat like sharks who'd smelled blood in the water, their expressions ranging from smugly satisfied to carefully neutral. Only Catherine Lindstrom looked uncomfortable, her eyes sympathetic when they met Isla's. Thomas Whitmore sat at the head of the table with a leather folder in front of him. His smile was all teeth. Damien. Mrs. Cross. Please, sit. They took their seats, Damien's hand never leaving Isla's. Under the table, his thumb traced circles on her palm, whether to comfort her or himself, she wasn't sure. Let's get straight to business, Thomas said, flipping open the folder. Over the past 3 weeks, this board commissioned a comprehensive investigation into your marriage. We've interviewed dozens of people, examined financial records, phone, logs, security footage. He paused for effect. And we've found some very interesting discrepancies. I'm sure you have, Damien said coolly. The question is whether they're actually relevant, or if you're grasping at straws because you want my position. Oh, they're relevant. Thomas slid a document across the table. This is a copy of your building's security log. It shows that Miss Moretti at the time visited this building exactly once before your wedding. 6 weeks ago. She was here for 47 minutes, went directly to the 68th floor, and left. We've explained that, Isla said. That's when Damien and I discussed our relationship becoming more serious. Really? Because according to the receptionist we interviewed, you looked terrified. She described you as a woman going to a job interview she desperately needed. Those were her exact words. Thomas leaned back. That doesn't sound like a romantic meeting to me. Damien's jaw tightened. The receptionist doesn't know the context. There's more. Thomas pulled out another document. Phone records. You and Mrs. Cross exchanged exactly 3 text messages before your wedding. 3. And they were all logistical times, addresses, arrangements. No terms of endearment. No indication of any romantic relationship whatsoever. Isla's heart was hammering. We preferred to talk in person. I'm not big on texting. How convenient. Thomas's smile widened. But here's what really interests me. We pulled hospital records legally, I should add, with Mrs. Moretti's consent. Isla's blood ran cold. Her mother had given consent? Your mother was very forthcoming once we explained the situation, Thomas continued, as if reading her thoughts. She was confused about how suddenly you'd come into money, about this whirlwind marriage to a man she'd never heard you mention. So when we asked for permission to review the billing records, she agreed. "You manipulated a dying woman," Damien said, his voice dangerous. "We asked questions." She answered honestly. Thomas pulled out yet another document. The payment for Mrs. Moretti's medical bills was processed at 9:47 a.m. on the morning of your wedding. But here's the interesting part. The authorization for that payment was signed at 4:32 p.m. the previous day, which means the arrangement was made before the marriage was official. The room was silent. Isla could feel the board members' eyes on her, judging, calculating. "We helped Isla's mother because it was the right thing to do," Damien said. The timing suggests a transaction." Thomas leaned forward. "You paid Miss Moretti's debts, and in exchange, she married you to fulfill your father's will. That's not a marriage. That's a business contract." "You don't know what you're talking about," Isla said, her voice shaking with anger. "Yes, Damien helped my mother. Yes, the timing was fast. But that doesn't make what we have fake. Doesn't it?" Thomas pulled out a final document, and Isla's stomach dropped when she recognized the letterhead. "This is from the law offices of Margaret Rivers. She's listed as your personal attorney, Mrs. Cross. Interesting choice. She specializes in contract law, not family law. One might wonder why a woman getting married would need a contract lawyer." Damien had gone very still beside her. "We subpoenaed Ms. Rivers's records," Thomas continued. "She claims attorney-client privilege, of course. She won't tell us what documents she prepared for you, but she did confirm that you were her client, that you met with her the day before your wedding, and that she advised you on contractual obligations." He looked up, his expression triumphant. "So let me ask you directly, Mrs. Cross. Did you sign a contract to marry Damien in exchange for financial compensation?" The question hung in the air like a guillotine blade. Isla looked at Damien. His face was a mask, but she could see the calculation. Behind his eyes, they could lie, deny everything, force Thomas to prove it without the actual contract. Or they could tell the truth. Isla thought about her mother's words. "Don't let some board of rich men decide what your love is worth." She stood up. "Yes," she said clearly. "I signed a contract." The ID room erupted in murmurs. Damien's hand shot out, catching her wrist, but she gently pulled free. 6 weeks ago, I walked into Damien's office desperate and terrified. My mother was dying. I was drowning in medical debt. I had 72 hours before they suspended her treatment. Isla's voice was steady now, fueled by anger and truth. Damien offered me a deal. Marry him for 6 months to fulfill his father's will, and in exchange, he'd pay my mother's medical bills and give me $500,000. Isla. Damien started. "No. They want the truth? They get the truth." She turned back to Thomas. "Yes, it was a contract. Yes, it was transactional. Yes, I married him for money. But you know what? I'd do it again. Because that contract saved my mother's life." She moved around the table, her eyes blazing. "You want to judge me for choosing my mother's survival over pride? Go ahead. You want to call me a gold digger? Fine. But don't you dare pretend you wouldn't have done the same thing if it was your mother dying. Don't you dare stand there in your $1,000 suits and tell me you've never made a morally complicated choice to save someone you love." "Mrs. Cross." Thomas tried to interrupt. "I'm not finished." Isla's voice was steel. "Yes, the marriage. Started as a business arrangement, but it didn't stay that way. Somewhere between the contract and now, something real happened. I fell in love with him. Actually, completely, devastatingly in love with him. And he fell in love with me. That's not fraud. That's life being messy and complicated and refusing to fit into neat little boxes. She turned to the full board. You want to remove Damien as CEO because we started as a contract? Because we found love in an unconventional way? Then you're not the kind of people who should be running this company. Because the whole point of Cross Global, the mission Damien's father built it on, was using innovation to solve impossible problems. And what we did was solve an impossible problem. Two people, both desperate in different ways, helping each other survive. Catherine Lindstrom was smiling. A few other board members looked thoughtful, but Thomas's face had gone red. "This is outrageous," he sputtered. "You just admitted to contract fraud." "There's no fraud if both parties entered the agreement willingly and fulfilled their obligations," Damien said, standing beside Isla. "Yes, we started with a contract. Yes, it was unconventional. But Isla fulfilled her part. She married me, attended events as my wife, behaved with grace and dignity. And I fulfilled mine. I paid her mother's medical bills and provided financial security. The contract was legitimate. And the love that developed? Catherine spoke for the first time. That's just a bonus. This is absurd, Thomas snapped. The will specifically states, "The will states I must be married before my 32nd birthday," Damien interrupted. "It says nothing about how that marriage comes about, or whether it starts as a love match. I am married. Legally, completely, legitimately. Isla is my wife. The contract might have brought us together, but what we've built since then is real. You can't possibly expect us to. I expect you to recognize that you have no grounds to challenge my position." Damien's voice was cold. "The marriage is legal. There's no evidence of ongoing fraud, and unless you can prove that Isla and I are planning to divorce before the 6-month requirement, you have nothing." He looked at Isla, and the love in his eyes was so raw it made her chest ache. "And for the record, we're not getting divorced. Not at 6 months, not ever. I'm in love with my wife. And if that's not good enough for this board, then I'll resign right now and let you deal with the fallout." The room went silent. "You wouldn't," Thomas said. "Try me." Damien's hand found Isla's. "I spent 10 years building this company at the expense of everything else. My health, my happiness, my ability to trust anyone. And you know what I have to show for it? Market dominance and a therapist's number on speed dial. So yes, Thomas, I would absolutely walk away from Cross Global if the alternative is losing." "Isla, that's not your decision alone to make," another board member said. "We have shareholders to consider, market stability, the company's reputation." "We'll survive," Catherine interjected. "Or haven't you noticed that Damien's marriage has been excellent for our public image? The stock price is up 12% since the wedding announcement. Every article about the mysterious Mrs. Cross generates positive press. Consumers like the human interest story. They like the idea that even billionaire CEOs can fall in love." She stood, gathering her papers. "I vote we table this investigation indefinitely. The marriage is legal. The company is thriving. And unless someone can provide actual evidence of ongoing harm, I see no reason to pursue this further." "I second." "That," said another board member, an older man Isla didn't know. Thomas looked around the table, seeing the tide turning against him. "This is a mistake. When this marriage falls apart, and it will, the scandal will destroy everything James Cross built. Then I'll deal with that if it happens, Damien said. But it won't, because what Isla and I have is real. And I'm done trying to prove that to people who've never risked anything for love. He turned to Isla. Come on, let's go home. They walked out of the boardroom together, leaving Thomas and the board behind. In the elevator, Isla finally let herself breathe. Oh my God, she whispered. Did we just? You were magnificent. Damien pulled her into his arms. Absolutely magnificent. I can't believe you told them the truth. I was tired of lying, tired of pretending. And I realized something up there. I'm not ashamed of how we started. Yes, it was a contract. Yes, it was transactional. But it gave us both what we needed. It saved my mother. It saved your company. And it gave us each other. He kissed her forehead. You know this isn't over, right? Thomas is going to fight this. He'll look for other ways to undermine me. Let him try. Isla pulled back to look at him. Damien, you just told a room full of people you'd give up everything for me. You can't take that back now. I don't want to take it back. His hands cupped her face. Isla, I meant every word. The company, the money, the legacy, none of it matters if I don't have you. That's very romantic. Also, possibly insane. Your father would be furious. My father was wrong about a lot of things. Damien's voice was soft. He taught me that success meant sacrifice, that you couldn't have both empire and love. But you know what? I think you can. I think I can build something amazing and still have you in my life. It just requires different priorities. Isla's eyes stung. What are your priorities? You. Us. Building something real that's not just about quarterly earnings and market share. He smiled. Maybe we start that foundation we talked about. Fund medical care for people who can't afford it. Turn what we went through into something that helps others. A foundation? Named after your mother, and Lucia, and everyone else who needed someone to take a chance on them. His thumb traced her lower lip. What do you think? I think you're going to make me cry in this elevator. Good tears or bad tears? Good tears. Definitely good tears. She kissed him, pouring everything she felt into it. I love you. Even when you make grand romantic gestures that complicate everything. Complicated is kind of our thing. The elevator doors opened to the lobby, where Juliet was waiting, phone in hand and worry etched across her face. How bad? She asked immediately. We told them the truth, Isla said. Juliet's eyes went wide. You what? The whole truth. About the contract. The arrangement, everything. And then Damien threatened to quit if they challenged us. Oh my God. You two are either brilliant or insane. Possibly both. Juliet looked at Damien. Catherine just texted me. The board voted 7-3 to drop the investigation. You're safe. For now. Damien pulled Juliet into a hug, surprising her. Thank you. For everything. For believing in us when nobody else did. Yeah, well. Juliet's voice was suspiciously thick. Someone has to keep you idiots from self-destructing. Might as well be me. They emerged from the building into afternoon sunlight, and Isla tilted her face up to feel the warmth. What now? She asked. Now. Damien took her hand. Now we go home. Order too much Chinese food, watch bad movies, and just be together. No performances, no contracts, just us. That sounds perfect. As they walked toward the car, Isla realized something. For the first time since this whole thing started, she wasn't afraid. Yes, there would be more challenges. Yes, Thomas Whitmore would probably try again. Yes, their relationship was still complicated and messy and built on a foundation that would make most people run screaming. But it was theirs, real and flawed and absolutely worth fighting for. And that was enough. Isla woke up in Damien's arms, their usual position now, and realized with a start what day it was. Except it wasn't an arrangement anymore, was it? She traced the line of Damien's jaw, watching him sleep. In the month since the board meeting, since they'd stopped pretending and started living, everything had changed. The penthouse felt like home now instead of a museum. They cooked together, most nights, arguing good-naturedly about whether garlic belonged in pasta carbonara. They'd started working on the foundation idea, the Lucia and Maria Foundation, named after his lost love and her mother, dedicated to providing medical care for families in crisis. Her mother was thriving. The treatment was working better than anyone had hoped. And last week, she'd walked 10 steps without assistance. 10 steps that had made Isla cry with joy. And Damien had started dismantling the shrine on the 3rd floor. It had been Isla's idea, offered gently one night when she'd found him standing at the bottom of those stairs, staring up with an expression of such anguish it had broken her heart. "Let's do it together," she'd said. "Let her go. Really, let her go." They'd spent 3 weekends carefully taking down photographs, boxing up mementos, sorting through a decade of obsession. Damien told stories about Lucia, real stories, not just grief-soaked memories, about her terrible singing voice, about how she'd burned toast so consistently she'd set off the fire alarm in her apartment 7 times in 1 month, about the way she'd laughed at her own jokes before delivering the punchline. He cried, Isla held him, and slowly, painfully, he began to heal. They'd donated most of the items to Lucia's family. Her mother had wept when Damien showed up with boxes of photographs she'd never seen. They'd kept a few things. One photo of Lucia laughing that Damien wanted to remember her by, a letter she'd written him that he wasn't ready to part with. The rest they'd let go. The 3rd floor was being renovated now. Damien wanted to turn it into a library, a bright, warm space full of books and light, not shadows and ghosts. Isla shifted in his arms, and his eyes opened slowly. "Morning," he murmured, his voice rough with sleep. "Morning. Do you know what today is? Tuesday?" Understanding dawned in his eyes. "The day you broke rule number 1. Technically, I broke it way before day 30. I just admitted it to myself on day 30. She smiled. "Or maybe that's retroactive justification." "Does it matter?" He pulled her closer, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "We're here now. That's what counts. Your birthday is in 8 weeks. The 6-month deadline." "I know." His hand stroked down her spine. "I've been thinking about that, actually. About what happens when we hit that marker." Isla's heart stuttered. "What do you mean?" "I mean the contract specified 6 months. We've fulfilled the legal requirement for the will. The marriage is legitimate in the eyes of the law and the board. So, technically," he pulled back to look at her. "Technically, you could leave now if you wanted to. The contract's purpose has been served." "Do you want me to leave?" Her voice came out smaller than she'd intended. "God, no!" He said it so fiercely it took her breath away. "Isla, I want you to stay forever. But I want you to stay because you choose to, not because some piece of paper says you have to. The contract gave us an excuse to be together, but it shouldn't be what keeps us together. So, What are you saying? I'm saying we should tear up the contract. Officially, legally end the arrangement. And then you stay or don't stay, based entirely on whether you want to build a life with me. Isla's throat was tight. That's terrifying. No, because without the contract, there's no safety net, no defined endpoint. It's just two people choosing each other every day and hoping it's enough. Is it enough? For you? He cupped her face, his eyes searingly honest. You're more than enough. You're everything. I wake up every morning grateful you're here. I go to sleep every night terrified I'll somehow mess this up and lose you. But Isla, I'd rather have that fear than go back to the numbness I lived in before you. Tears were sliding down her cheeks now. I choose you. Every day, I choose you. Contract or no contract, I'm not going anywhere. Then marry me again. The words tumbled out. For real this time. Not a courthouse quickie with strangers as witnesses, but a real wedding. With your mother there, and Juliet, and people who matter to us. I want to stand in front of everyone we love and promise to spend my life choosing you. We're already married. Then we'll renew our vows, or get married again. I don't care what we call it. I just want to do it right this time. I want you to have the wedding you deserve, not the transactional signing of paperwork we did before. Isla was crying, in earnest now. That's the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me. Is that a yes? Early December had turned the world into something magical. Bare branches dusted with the first snow of the season, evergreens providing splashes of deep green against the white. Fairy lights strung through the trees like captured stars. The garden's conservatory glowed warm and golden in the twilight, and inside, 50 chairs were arranged in intimate rows, facing an archway woven with white roses and winter greens. Isla stood in the small preparation room, staring at her reflection and trying to remember how to breathe. The champagne silk dress fit like it had been designed specifically for her body, which it had. Isabel had outdone herself. The neckline was elegant without being revealing, the waist cinched to show her curves, and the skirt flowed like water when she moved. Her dark hair was swept up in a loose chignon, with small white flowers tucked throughout. Minimal jewelry, just the diamond earrings Damien had given her on their first fake date, and the wedding band she'd worn for 6 months that would soon be joined by a new one. You look like a dream, her mother said from the doorway. Maria Moretti stood there in a deep purple dress, leaning on a cane but standing. Actually standing without a wheelchair. The transformation was miraculous. She'd gained weight. Her color had returned. And while she was still frail, she looked alive in a way Isla hadn't seen in 3 years. Mama, Isla's voice cracked. You're walking. You think I'd miss walking my daughter down the aisle? Maria crossed the room slowly but steadily and pulled Isla into a hug. My beautiful girl, you've come so far. We've come so far. Isla held her mother tight, breathing in her familiar perfume. None of this would be possible without you fighting so hard. No, baby. None of this would be possible without you sacrificing everything for me. But I'm glad that sacrifice led you here. To him. To real love. Maria pulled back, her eyes shining. He's a good man, your Damien. A complicated one, but good. He looks at you like you hung the moon. I still can't believe this is real sometimes. That I get to keep this. Believe it. You deserve every bit of happiness coming your way. Maria squeezed her hands. Now, are you ready to go marry that man? Again? For real this time? Isla took a shaky breath. So ready. Juliet appeared in the doorway, elegant in navy blue, her tablet nowhere in sight for once. It's time. Everyone's seated. And Isla? Damien is out there looking like he might actually pass out from emotion. It's adorable. He's nervous? He's terrified. In the best possible way. Juliet smiled. Come on, let's get you married. Properly this time. The walk through the conservatory to the ceremony space felt like floating. Isla's arm was looped through her mother's, Maria's cane tapping softly against the stone floor as they moved. Through the glass walls, Isla could see snow beginning to fall fat, lazy flakes that caught the light. Then they reached the doorway, and the string quartet began playing. And Isla's eyes found Damien. He stood at the altar in a midnight blue suit, his hands clasped in front of him. And when he saw her, his face crumpled. Tears streamed down his cheeks unchecked, and he didn't even try to hide them. He just stood there, crying openly, looking at her like she was the most precious thing in the world. Isla started crying too. So much for waterproof mascara. She walked down the aisle on her mother's arm, and every step felt significant. Past Catherine Lindstrom, who was dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. Past Isabelle Laurent, who gave her an approving nod. Past colleagues from Cross Global, friends they'd made over the past months, and the photographer Juliet had hired to capture everything. When they reached the altar, the officiant asked, "Who gives this woman to be married?" "She gives herself," Maria said firmly. "But she does so with her mother's blessing and love." She kissed Isla's cheek, then carefully made her way to her seat. And Isla stepped up to join Damien, taking his shaking hands in hers. "Hi," she whispered. "Hi." His voice was wrecked. "You're so beautiful I can't breathe. You're crying. I warned you I would. I love you. I love you too. So much." He squeezed her hands. "Let's do this. Let's get married for real." The officiant, a kind-faced woman Juliet had found, smiled at them both. "We're gathered here today to witness the renewal of vows between Isla and Damien. Cross! Now, I understand you two have already been legally married for 6 months, but as Isla told me when we met, the first time was about survival. This time is about love. So today, we celebrate not just a marriage, but a journey. A journey from necessity to choice, from contract to commitment, from strangers to soulmates." She looked at Damien. "Damien, I believe you've prepared your own vows?" He nodded, pulling a folded paper from his pocket with trembling hands. "I wrote these down because I knew if I tried to do this from memory, I'd forget everything except how much I love you." He unfolded the paper, then looked up at Isla. "6 months ago, you walked into my office and I offered you a business proposition. A marriage contract with 3 rules. No emotional attachment, no public scandals, and no entering my private study." A ripple of laughter went through the gathered guests. "Within 30 days, we'd broken all 3 rules," Damien continued. "You developed emotional attachment, or so you told me later. I definitely caused a public scandal at that board meeting. And you entered my study and saw every ghost I'd been hiding. You saw the worst parts of me, the broken parts, the parts I thought made me unlovable. And you stayed." His voice cracked. "Isla, for 10 years I lived in the past, haunted by loss and guilt. I built walls so high I thought no one could ever climb them. Then you showed up with your fierce loyalty and your stubborn heart and your absolute refusal to let me hide. You climbed over every wall I built, knocked down every defense, and made me believe in second chances. He took her hand, pressing it over his heart. You are my second chance, my redemption, the light that pulled me out of the darkness I'd been living in. And I promise you, I will spend every day of the rest of my life being worthy of the chance you took on me. I promise to love you when it's easy and when it's hard, when we're celebrating and when we're struggling. I promise to be your partner, your friend, your safe place. I promise to never take you for granted, to always see you, to always choose you. He folded the paper, his hands shaking. I loved Lucia. I'll always carry that with me. But Isla, what I feel for you, it's not comparison or replacement. It's entirely its own. You're not my second love. You're my real love. The love that teaches me who I'm supposed to be. And I will love you until my last breath, and probably beyond that. Isla was sobbing now, tears flowing freely. The officiant handed her a tissue, and she took it gratefully. Isla, the officiant prompted gently. Your vows? Isla didn't have anything written down. She'd tried, but every time she put pen to paper, it felt too small for what she needed to say. So she just held Damien's hands and spoke from her heart. 6 months ago, I was drowning, she began. Drowning in medical debt, in fear, in the exhaustion of watching my mother die slowly while I stood helpless. I'd given up my dreams, my future, everything I thought I'd be. And then you offered me a lifeline, a contract. 6 months of my life in exchange for saving hers, she laughed wetly. It should have been simple. Play a role, collect the money, walk away. But nothing about you has ever been simple, Damien Cross. You're complicated and brilliant, and so emotionally guarded it took me weeks just to get you to smile genuinely. But when you finally let me in, when you finally trusted me enough to show me your scars, God, I fell so hard. She reached up, wiping a tear from his cheek. You gave me my mother back. You gave me hope when I had none. But more than that, you gave me partnership. You saw me, really saw me when I felt invisible to the rest of the world. You made me believe I was worth more than the circumstances I was trapped in. You made me believe in love again. Her voice dropped to a whisper. I promise to love every part of you. The CEO and the vulnerable man underneath. The brilliant strategist and the person who cries at romantic movies. The parts you show the world and the parts you only show me. I promise to be your partner in building the foundation, in running the company, in creating a life that's messy and real and ours. I promise to challenge you when you need it and support you always. And I promise that 30 years from now, I'll still be choosing you. Every single day, I'll choose you. Damien pulled her into his arms, pressing his face into her neck, his shoulders shaking. The officiant laughed softly. I don't think we've gotten to that part yet, she said kindly. Sorry, Damien mumbled, pulling back but not letting go of Isla's hands. I'm sorry. I needed to hold her. I understand completely. The officiant smiled. Now, the rings? Juliet stepped forward with a velvet box. Inside were 2 new rings, simple platinum bands engraved on the inside with the date and the words, We choose each other. Damien slid Isla's ring onto her finger, next to the one she already wore. With this ring, I choose you, today and always. Isla took his ring, her hands steadier now. With this ring, I choose you, today and always. By the power vested in me by the state of New York, the officiant said, her voice ringing clear, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Again. For real. This time. Damien, you may kiss your bride. He didn't need to be told twice. That's a yes. To tearing up the contract, to renewing our vows, to all of it. She kissed him through her tears. But Damien? The courthouse wedding wasn't transactional. Not to me. The moment you slid that ring on my finger, the moment you kissed my cheek like I was something precious, that was when I started falling. Before I even admitted it to myself. You never told me that. I was too busy following rule number 1. She laughed wetly. Turns out I'm terrible at following rules. Thank God for that. He rolled, pinning her beneath him, and the look in his eyes made her forget how to breathe. Isla Moretti Cross, I love you. Messily, completely, probably more than is healthy. And I'm going to spend the rest of my life proving I'm worth the risk you took on me. You already have, she whispered. Every single day. You already have. He kissed her then, slow and deep and full of promise. And for the first time in her life, Isla felt truly safe. Not because she had money or security or a contract promising her $500,000, but because she was loved. Completely, unconditionally, without reservation. Later, over breakfast, they called Margaret Rivers and officially terminated the contract. It took 15 minutes of paperwork and electronic signatures, and just like that, the arrangement that had brought them together ceased to exist legally. How does it feel? Damien asked as Isla set down her phone. Terrifying. Liberating. Right, she smiled. How does it feel for you? Like jumping off a cliff and realizing I can fly. He pulled her into his lap. So, this wedding, what do you want? Big or small? Traditional or unconventional? Small, Isla said immediately. Intimate. Just the people who matter. Maybe at that garden venue Catherine told me about in Brooklyn? Nothing ostentatious, just real. Real. He pressed a kiss to her temple. I can do real. When? Your birthday. Let's renew our vows on the day the original contract would have ended. It feels symbolic, poetic, even. His arms tightened around her. Though fair warning, I'm going to cry at this one. The first wedding, I was too terrified to feel anything. This time, I'm going to be a mess. Good. I want to see you cry. I want everyone to see how much this means to you. Careful what you wish for. I might full-on sob. Isla turned in his lap to face him. Damien, for years I thought love was conditional. That people stayed until things got hard, then left. My father left when I was 6 because my mother got sick the first time. My fiancé left when things got difficult. I thought that was just how it worked. People leave. I'm not leaving. His voice was fierce. I don't care how hard it gets, how complicated, how messy. I'm staying. That's the promise. I know that now, and that's why I want this wedding, because I want to stand in front of everyone and promise the same thing back. I'm staying, through board meetings and investigations and whatever else your world throws at us, through medical scares and bad days and fights about carbonara. All of it. We're really doing this, making it permanent. It already is permanent. We're just making it official. She kissed him softly. Now, come on. We have a foundation to build and a wedding to plan. And I promised my mother I'd visit this afternoon. The next 6 weeks were a blur of activity. They threw themselves into the foundation, work with the same intensity they'd brought to their fake marriage. Damien pulled strings, called in favors, leveraged every connection he had. Isla designed the program's grants for medical care, assistance with hospital bills, support for caregivers who'd had to leave their jobs to care for sick family members. They interviewed potential board members together, finished each other's sentences, built something meaningful from the ashes of their separate pain. The press coverage was relentless, but mostly positive. The narrative had shifted from contract marriage to love conquers all. Society magazines ran features about how Isla had tamed the ruthless billionaire. Forbes did a profile on Damien titled "The CEO Who Chose Love Over Legacy." It was all very dramatic and mostly true. Thomas Whitmore had gone conspicuously silent after the board vote, but Juliet warned them not to get comfortable. Men like Thomas didn't give up. They just changed tactics. Isla's mother continued to improve. She'd moved out of hospice and into a comfortable apartment Damien had arranged, with full-time nursing, care, and a view of the park. She teased Isla mercilessly about landing a billionaire and told Damien embarrassing stories from Isla's childhood. He loved every minute of it. "Your mother is terrifying," he told Isla one night after a particularly brutal dinner where Maria had revealed Isla's teenage goth phase, complete with photos. "She likes you. This is how she shows affection. By showing me pictures of you in idiot black lipstick and combat boots. I was going through a phase. I think you looked cute." He pulled her close. "Although current Isla is definitely more my speed. Current Isla doesn't scare me nearly as much. Current Isla is still terrifying. You just know her better." "True. And I love every terrifying thing about you." The wedding planning was surprisingly fun. They kept it small, 50 people maximum. Catherine helped Isla find a dress, something simple and elegant in champagne silk that made her feel beautiful without trying too hard. Juliet handled logistics with military precision. Damien's contribution was mostly staying out of the way and agreeing with whatever Isla wanted. "You're being suspiciously compliant," Isla observed one evening as they reviewed seating charts. "I got my way on the important stuff you're marrying me. The rest is just details. What if I want to arrive on an elephant? Then I'll book an elephant. What if I want the cake to be shaped like a replica of Cross Global Headquarters? I'll call the bakery. What if he kissed her to shut her up? Isla, whatever you want, you get. That's the rule. There are no more rules. We tore up the contract, remember? Then it's a new rule, the only rule that matters. Whatever makes you happy." She melted into him, grateful and overwhelmed, and so, in love, it physically hurt. "You make me happy. This us makes me happy." "Good. Then my work here is done." He pulled her onto the couch, settling her against his chest. "Can I tell you something? Always. When I gave you that key to the 3rd floor, when I decided to show you Lucia's room, I thought it would push you away. I thought once you saw how broken I was, you'd run." "I almost did," Isla admitted. "That first moment, seeing all those photographs, it was overwhelming, disturbing even. But you stayed. Because broken isn't the same as unlovable. And Damien, everyone's broken in some way. You just wear your brakes more obviously than most." She tilted her head to look up at him. "Besides, I'm pretty broken too. We're just broken in complementary ways. Broken, but complementary. That should be our wedding vows." "Absolutely not. I want traditional vows. Romantic ones. The kind that make people cry." "I'm definitely going to cry. I know. I'm counting on it." They fell asleep on the couch that night, the seating chart forgotten, wrapped around each other like they were the only solid things in a shifting world. The night before the wedding, Isla couldn't sleep. She stood on the terrace in one of Damien's shirts, staring out at the city and thinking about how much had changed in 6 months. She'd walked into Cross Global broke and desperate, willing to sell 6 months of her life for her mother's survival. And somehow, impossibly, she'd found this love that felt infinite, partnership that felt effortless, a future that felt bright, instead of frightening. Can't sleep? Damien's arms wrapped around her from behind. Too much nervous energy. What if I trip walking down the aisle? Then I'll catch you. What else? What if I cry through the whole ceremony and ruin my makeup? Then you'll be a beautiful mess. What else? What if... Her voice broke. What if this is too good to be real? What if I wake up and it was all a dream, and I'm back in my queen's apartment, with red envelopes and impossible choices? He turned her to face him, his hands cupping her face. This is real. You're real. What we built together is real. And Isla, even if you woke up back in that apartment, even if we had to start over from nothing, I'd find you. I'd always find you. How can you be sure? Because I spent 10 years searching for something I didn't even know I'd lost. And when you walked into my office, everything I'd been looking for was suddenly right in front of me. Not Lucia's ghost, not a replacement for what I'd lost, but you, exactly you. Fierce and brave and so goddamn stubborn, I knew you'd never let me hide from the world again. Isla was crying now, tears streaming down her face. I love you so much it scares me. I love you too. And tomorrow, I get to tell the whole world how lucky I am that you chose me back. He wiped her tears with his thumbs. Now, come to bed. We have a wedding to get through, and you need sleep. Will you hold me? Always. They went back inside, back to the bed they'd shared for weeks now, and Damien held her until she finally drifted off. And for the first time in months, Isla didn't dream of red envelopes or hospital bills or impossible choices. She dreamed of the future. Their future, bright and beautiful, and finally, real. The Brooklyn Botanic Garden was perfect. Damien pulled Isla against him and kissed her like his life depended on it. Like she was oxygen and he'd been drowning. Like they were the only two people in the world. The guests erupted in applause and cheers, but Isla barely heard it. She could feel was Damien's arms around her, his lips on hers, his love surrounding her like armor. When they finally broke apart, both breathless and grinning, he pressed his forehead to hers. We did it, he whispered. We're really, truly married. We were already married, dummy. Yeah, but this time it counts. This time, I chose you without contracts or clauses or exit strategies. Just you. And I chose you. The most complicated, emotionally stunted, secretly romantic man I've ever met. You say the sweetest things. I know. That's why you love me. One of many reasons. He kissed her again, softer this time. Come on, Mrs. Cross. Let's go celebrate. The reception was intimate and perfect. Dinner was served in the conservatory's main room, surrounded by tropical plants and the soft sound of falling snow outside. The glass walls. Speeches were given. Juliet's was funny and slightly inappropriate. Catherine's was touching, and Maria's had everyone in tears. I almost lost my daughter, Maria said, standing with her cane and Juliet's hand supporting her elbow. Not to death, but to grief and exhaustion and the weight of trying to save me. She gave up everything, her dreams, her future, her own happiness. And I thought, this is my legacy. I'm taking my beautiful girl down with me. She looked at Damien. Then you came along. And yes, at first it was complicated. Yes, it started as a transaction. But Damien, you gave me my daughter back. You reminded her she was allowed to have dreams, allowed to be happy, allowed to live her own life. So thank you for saving us, both. Damien stood and crossed to Maria, hugging her carefully. Thank you for raising her, for teaching her loyalty and strength, and how to love someone completely. I'm just lucky she decided I was worth the effort. There wasn't a dry eye in the room. When it was time for the first dance, Damien led Isla to the small dance floor. The string quartet began playing, and he pulled her close, one hand on her waist, the other holding hers against his chest. No cameras this time, Isla murmured, swaying with him. No one we're trying to convince. Just us, he agreed. Just this. Are you happy? I'm more than happy. I'm whole. He spun her gently. Isla, I spent so long being half a person. Functional, but not alive. And then you crashed into my life and made me feel everything again. The fear, yes, but also the joy, the hope, the love. You made me remember what it feels like to be human. You're going to make me cry again, and I've already ruined my makeup twice today. You're beautiful even with ruined makeup. Smooth talker. Only for you. He dipped her dramatically, making her laugh. What about you? Are you happy? Deliriously. She smiled up at him. 6 months ago, if someone had told me I'd be here married to a billionaire, with my mother healthy, building a foundation to help people like us, I would have thought they were insane. This doesn't feel like my life. It feels like a dream. It's real. I promise you, it's real. I know. But sometimes I still can't believe it. Can't believe I get to keep you. Isla. He stopped dancing, cupping her face. You're not getting to keep me. I'm yours. Completely, permanently, irrevocably yours. There is no version of the future where I'm not by your side. Understand? Shoo nodded, tears spilling over again. I understand. Good. He kissed her forehead. Now let's enjoy our wedding. We've got 50 people watching us have an emotional moment on the dance floor. Isla laughed and let him spin her back into the dance. And for the rest of the night, she let herself just be happy. Let herself celebrate this impossible love story they'd built from desperation and hope and stubborn refusal to give up on each other. Later, much later, after the guests had left and the venue had been cleaned, Damien and Isla stood alone in the conservatory, watching snow fall through the glass ceiling. Thank you, Damien said softly. For what? For walking into my office 6 months ago, for being desperate enough to say yes to my insane proposal, for breaking all my carefully constructed rules, for seeing past the walls to the person underneath, for loving me when I didn't think I deserved to be loved. He pulled her close, for giving me this, a real marriage, a real future, a real chance at happiness. You gave me the same things, Isla said. You saved my mother. You saved me. And you taught me that love doesn't always look the way we expect it to. Sometimes it looks like a contract and a desperate deal. Sometimes it starts with rules meant to keep people apart. But if it's real, if it's meant to be, it finds a way. You're getting philosophical. I had champagne. I'm allowed. He laughed, the sound rich and warm. Come on, let's go home. Home. Isla tested the word. I like how that sounds. Our home. Our life, Damien agreed. Our future. Our everything. They walked out of the conservatory hand in hand into the snow and the night and the beautiful uncertainty of forever. Behind them, fairy lights still glowed in the empty space, witnesses to vows renewed and love made real. And ahead of them stretched years of possibility challenges and triumphs, struggles and joys, the messy, complicated beauty of two broken people choosing to be whole together. 6 months ago, Isla had signed a contract with 3 rules: no emotional attachment, no public scandals, no entering his private study. They'd broken every single rule, and in breaking them, they'd built something stronger than any contract could contain. They'd built a love story that started with desperation and ended with devotion. They'd proved that sometimes the best things in life come from the messiest beginnings. And as they drove through the snowy New York streets toward home, Damien holding Isla's hand like he'd never let go, both of them knew one undeniable truth. This was the forever kind of love. The real kind. The kind worth every risk, every rule broken, every impossible choice that had led them here. The kind of love that started with a contract but became a covenant. The kind of love that would last not just 6 months but a lifetime. 2 years later, Isla Cross stood in the gleaming conference room of the Lucia and Maria Foundation headquarters, looking out at the city she'd once viewed from a cramped Queen's apartment with nothing but fear and desperation. So much had changed. The Foundation had provided medical care assistance to over 3,000 families in 2 years. They'd expanded to 6 states and were planning international reach. The board was strong, the funding was secure, and the mission was clear. No one should have to choose between their dreams and their loved ones' lives. Behind her, the door opened. She saw his reflection in the window before she turned Damien, still in his suit from the Cross Global Board meeting he'd just left, holding 2 coffee cups and wearing the smile that was reserved just for her. "How'd it go?" he asked, handing her a cup. "We got the grant approved for the Children's Hospital program. Full funding." She couldn't keep the pride out of her voice. "That's 15 pediatric cancer patients who'll get treatment they couldn't afford otherwise." "That's incredible." He pulled her into his arms. "You're changing the world, you know that? We're changing the world. Together." "Together," he agreed. Then his hand moved to her stomach. "All 3 of us." Isla looked down at where her hand joined his, over the small bump just beginning to show. 4 months pregnant with a daughter they'd decided to name Sophia, a name that meant wisdom, and also the middle name of both Lucia and Maria. "She's going to be so loved," Isla whispered. "She already is." Damien pressed a kiss to her temple. "Just like her mother." Isla leaned back against him, looking out at the city and thinking about the journey that had brought them here. From that first desperate meeting in his office to the contract that had seemed like a deal with the devil. From the moment she'd broken rule number 1 by falling in love to the day they'd torn up the contract entirely. From pretending to be married to actually building a life together, it hadn't been easy. There had been hard days, board challenges, press scrutiny, moments when the past tried to pull them back. But they'd faced every challenge together. They'd built something real from the ashes of their separate tragedies. "Do you ever think about that day?" Damien asked, as if reading her mind. "When you first walked into my office?" "Every day," do. You. Every day. And I think about how close I came to not making that offer. How I almost talked myself out of it because it seemed too complicated, too risky. But you didn't. But I didn't. And that decision, that desperate, slightly insane decision, gave me everything. He turned her to face him. It gave me you. It gave me this life. It gave me hope when I thought I'd never feel it again. It gave me the same things. Isla cupped his face, running her thumb along his jaw. You know what I realized recently? That red envelope, the one from the hospital, I kept it. It's in my desk drawer at home. I look at it sometimes and remember what rock bottom felt like. Not because I want to relive it, but because I want to remember what we survived. What we built from nothing. We should frame it. Put it in the Foundation's lobby with a plaque that says, "This is why we fight." You're serious. Completely. Isla, that envelope represents every family we're helping now. Every person facing impossible choices. That was your impossible choice, and you found a way through it. Maybe seeing it will give other people hope. She kissed him softly. Have I mentioned lately that I love the way your mind works? Not in the last few hours. I was starting to worry. I love the way your mind works. I love you. I love this life we built. I love that our daughter is going to grow up knowing that love is messy and complicated and absolutely worth fighting for. She's also going to grow up knowing that her mother is a badass who faced down a board of billionaires and won, and that her father is a secretly soft-hearted romantic who cries at weddings and builds foundations to help people and loves his family more than any empire. Damien pulled her close, and they stood there for a long moment, wrapped around each other, watching the sun set over the city that had brought them together. "Thank you," he said finally, "for saying yes to my ridiculous proposal, for breaking every rule, for loving me when I didn't know how to love myself, for building this with me. Thank you for seeing me when I felt invisible, for saving my mother, for teaching me that second chances are real and that love doesn't always arrive the way we expect it to." She pulled back to look at him. "We made it, Damien. Against all odds, we made it." "We did. And we're just getting started." He kissed her, as the last rays of sunlight painted the city gold, and Isla thought about how far they'd come. From a contract with 3 rules to a love without boundaries. From strangers playing roles to partners building a legacy. From desperate survival to thriving, joyful life. The contract had brought them together, but love had made them stay. And that, Isla thought as she kissed her husband in the foundation they'd built from their shared pain, was the best ending and beginning she could have ever imagined.